It all connects. The girl who walks for hours to bring home the family's water, the school she can't attend most days, the breakfast she didn't have, the rain that hasn't fallen in months, the danger around the next bend, her little brother's belly laugh, her mother's hug, her dreams of being a teacher, an engineer, the mayor. All the reasons life is both so hard and so beautiful. It all connects. But so do we, for children's sakes. At Child Fund, we connect through everything we do, together, so every child can grow up healthy, educated, and safe. Because we need each other. Learn more at childfund.org.
In a heartbeat, you could be the difference.
Mark collapsed from cardiac arrest.
9 out of 10 people who suffer cardiac arrest outside the hospital don't survive.
It took 30 minutes of chest compressions to finally feel a pulse.
Most of the time, it's because no one nearby performs CPR. But together, we can change that. Extraordinary things happen when people take action. A small step, a simple skill, a life-saving moment. HeartWalk brings communities together to create health and hope for every heartbeat. Every walker who joins HeartWalk, every dollar donated, means more people trained in CPR, more research, and more life-saving moments for everyone. Take the first step and register for your local HeartWalk. Extraordinary starts with you. Join HeartWalk today. Find your local HeartWalk at heartwalk.org.
KGUM FM, Dedido, powered by Glimpses Media.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Guam. Good morning, guys, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti. This is the Wave 105 FM. It is a Monday morning, August 24th, 6:03 in the morning, streaming live. You can find us online at thewave105.com, as well as our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh. to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, our island, your health plan. It's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. The Agania Shopping Center. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agania Shopping Center. Your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor, plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
Member FDIC.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Why be at the forefront of childhood cancer research? At St. Jude, we do it because every innovation we make is a moment we give to children with cancer everywhere. But we can't do it without you. Help St. Jude give children with cancer more moments. Moments that can last a lifetime. Learn more at stjude.org.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
We're tuning into the truly unconventional today to discover how a piece of military technology became a legendary Hollywood sound effect. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 24th.
Tuning your radio to celebrate International Strange Music Day introduces you to the theremin, the ghostly, hands-free instrument famous for scoring classic science fiction films. However, this haunting device wasn't actually engineered for art. In 1920, a young Soviet physicist named Lev Theremin accidentally stumbled upon the musical phenomenon while developing high-frequency proximity sensors for the Russian government. While researching gas density measurements, he noticed that moving his hands near the electromagnetic fields of his laboratory equipment dynamically altered the pitch of the radio frequencies. Recognizing the artistic potential, Theremin added a secondary volume hoop, transforming a classified piece of surveillance tech into the world's very first electronic musical instrument.
And if you've ever watched a science fiction movie, you know what it sounds like.
Yep, it's spooky.
It is that.
Terrible. Terrible. Look it up, everybody. Theremin.
We're also celebrating National Waffle Iron Day and National Peach Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. A highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks. World-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay informed, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam.
You ready? Who's ready for some of that good love? Count me out.
And you've got it tuned in to Mornings with Patti.
Come on. Good love, that's what I'm drinking. Let's sip it down, go without thinking. Good love, that's what I'm making. We'll break this house when it stops shaking. Come on, come on.
Yeah, the man said, come on, so let's do it. Make that 15 minutes after 6 o'clock in the morning. And welcome to the program. Thanks a lot for joining us here on this Monday. It is the 24th of August. Thank you. Yeah, we got another week or so to go. About a week, actually, right before we end this month for good, and then we move into September. And then it's just like the campaign trails pick up in momentum, right? You got more people getting into the frame. I'm not even.
Okay.
Yeah,
All right,
I know.
that's something. Okay.
Yeah, that's something.
And Christmas. Merry Christmas, Philippines.
Whoa.
Philippines.
No.
Philippines aren't celebrating Christmas. I thought they did
Oh, yeah,
Christmas.
I mean, okay, yeah, but
right?
that's them. You're not even Filipino.
No, I said
Okay.
Merry Christmas, Philippines.
I know that.
Okay.
Too soon is what I'm
Too-
trying to say.
got you. Okay. All right.
soon.
Okay. So we got election then. Okay.
Yeah.
Election. All right. Fine. Election.
Yeah, I know. I thought it's just like
Right,
it's
fine.
too early. Brandon actually sent me a note the other day. Brandon
What's up?
Idlet, and he was telling me about his. I gotta get it because it was so dang funny that he texted me a note the other day, and he said Christmas is starting early. I've just been gifted, and so he's got these pictures of like Christmas stuff because we were joking. His wife is Filipino, and she's like, I'm not ready for that whole Filipino Christmas.
Okay.
It's him. And I said, you're too Filipino for my one quarter. Mr. Caucasian man. Yeah, that was a lot. There was he's excited about Christmas because he said he likes to why not, Because Idlet brothers during typhoon season probably miss a lot of Christmas, so why not get a jump on
They
it?
miss a lot of holidays.
Yeah, this is true. So why not get a jump on it, right?
Yeah, I think they miss out.
Yeah. 17 hours. How's your weekend? Good?
Great weekend.
Busy?
Thank you,
It was a
guys.
beautiful weekend, actually.
It was a great weekend.
We got a lot, just a lot done, I felt like it was a really productive. You know what I hate about Saturdays?
Go for it.
Waking up at 3:15.
Wait. Oh.
Yeah.
I didn't do that part.
I
missed out on
I
the
was
3:15 alarm
3:15. I'm like, Saturday. I wish I could sleep in, and that just didn't. I tried. The best part about this taking the days off. I mean, having a day off during like that is that even if it is, not a work day. At least you don't have to actually get out of bed. You can dilly-dally, right? I was just reading a lot, hanging out. It was freezing cold, just, under the blankets and just kind of relaxing until like 5, and then I finally got up. But boy, I tell you what, it was a really nice weekend. We celebrated my birthday. Sorry you missed it.
Happy belated birthday.
Yeah, okay, because that was like almost a month ago.
I was like, wait, did we do your birthday?
We did
your birthday like 5 times this year.
Yeah, well, I remember having 7 cakes the last birthday, but this year was a lot more tame. It was, the kids had all just left like the day before, so it was really tough to really celebrate anything. But I had the perfect one. It's just that there were some people that weren't involved in that process, so they were like, let's do something, And so we had a thing at the house, and it lasted until 1 o'clock in the morning.
Nice.
I know. That is a big deal
vibes.
for somebody like me who does not stay up past 9. Yeah, but it was nice to spend some time with good friends. You would have been one of those good friends.
Yes.
But I kept waiting for the doorbell to ring. I'm like, Dice will be here any second. And Rick goes, she's an iffy friend.
Yeah, thank you. I'll take that. I'll take that. I will gladly.
Hey, you got to get it in when you can get it in. When your days are numbered and when they're free, I have a zero problem with people having to prioritize.
Hey, for sure.
What needs to be done. Excuse me.
Me. Okay. Friends, family, and lots of laughs.
It was great. It was really, and one of my friends, Marie, Dupree. Hey, Marie. She brought this cake.
Okay.
This is interesting. It came from this bakery. I wish I could remember the name of it. It sounds like a French name. But anyway, she said this girl was in her 4th grade class at St. Anthony.
Got it.
And now has grown up to own a bakery.
Yay!
So she brought one of the best cakes I think I've ever tried before. And it comes from the bakery that's inside the Payless Market at Micronesia Mall. Anybody?
Love
Anybody?
that, Marie.
I know
Go,
Laura
Marie.
would know this, but yeah.
Inside Payless?
Inside Payless is a bakery. I've seen it
At
too.
the mall?
At the mall.
At the
yeah,
mall.
at Payless
Okay,
in the mall.
okay.
I've seen that bakery, and I
gonna
think
have
I've
to
stopped
visit.
in a couple of times. Yeah. She had this ganache cheesecake. Now, I just took a thin slice of it because I don't eat like sweets like that, especially that late at night. But it was really, really beautiful. It was the first time that somebody, like grown adults, I recorded them singing "Happy Birthday" because they normally do that to kids.
Okay.
So, but
That's nice.
It was it really was one of those moments because this whole summer went by so fast. And, everybody was just like, can't do anything because they had kids or they were traveling or there was, life got in the way. And it was nice to catch up with them because I hadn't seen them in such a long time. And it was really, really wonderful. At 20 minutes after 6. So today is National Weird Music Day, which
Weird
is, this is what that,
music.
the clip that comes on right before the little vignette.
Okay.
National
Weird
music. And they were talking about scary, eerie movies where that soundtrack in the back of these movies is what makes you more scared than actually. You know what I'm saying?
I got you.
LeMay's Bakery. Thank you. I knew Laura would know.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so
Eerie sounds.
Eerie sounds.
Okay.
And we were just talking about this the other day, that some movies you will never revisit again.
Ooh.
Exorcist is one of them. Never watch that show again. And it is the Tubular Bells, I believe, is the name of the theme song for that movie. That anytime I hear that, the tubular bells like that, I think of the devil.
Mm-hmm.
So yesterday, after Mass and after lunch and everything, we settled down and just like, let's watch a good movie, right?
Okay.
And then Netflix came up and we're scrolling, and then they got to that Last House.
The Last House. Yes. Great movie. Love it.
So Dice told me to watch it.
Yeah. What do you think?
I feel like reading the synopsis of the movie told me what it was, so I didn't have to watch it.
Okay. So what did you end up watching?
Trafficked.
Traffic.
Traffc.
Traffic. Is that action?
T-R-A-F-F.
Was it an action
can't
movie,
see.
like a documentary? What was it?
No, it was a movie. It wasn't a great movie, but it had a lot of really cool scenes, lots of violence.
Okay.
It's whatever. It was like one of those it's one of those movies, and then there was another one called Appalachian Trail. I think that was the name of it. I couldn't stick with it. I just went. The thing about movies is it's got to be something I really, really want to watch. Because I can't commit. I can't guarantee that I'm not going to go to the kitchen and never come back. Go to the kitchen for some Oreos and then never come back. Or get on my TikTok and then I'm over it. Then it's done. So you gotta get me. So the one show that I can watch and I'm just waiting for today because Lioness, the 4th episode of the 3rd season, comes out on Sundays only. Usually, I don't watch them as they're being formed. I wait until the end and then I binge watch them. But Lioness is such a good series.
Okay. Is that like on Peacock or what?
It's on
Where are we going?
Amazon.
Amazon. Okay. All right. Right.
Yeah,
I
Phil's
got
on
Amazon. I got Amazon. Okay.
So anyway, we started off with that scary music, the Appalachian, and it's the typical. The kids go into the Appalachian Mountains to go for a hike in the trail. The Appalachian there's a lot of mountain people up there that are very
hikes.
very deliverance, very territorial.
Yes.
Right.
Yes.
So you just don't go wander into the Appalachian Mountains and then expect that you're going to come out alive is what, the trail. And that was the basis of the movie. So you knew that once they were going in, they're all happy and all of the people in the general store are looking at these kids and they're already sizing them up. And they know they're going to come in and invade. And then they start finding bodies. And then one by one, they knock them off. So I'm watching with Double L, and it's a group of these kids, or college kids. And he goes, "Guess which one's gonna die first?"
Wow. Okay. Did
It
he
was
call
one of those who's gonna die first. And so then I was like, yeah, I don't even want to watch this. Let's try The Last House.
Okay.
I just couldn't.
It wasn't working.
I wasn't feeling it.
wasn't.
I know you liked it, and I probably have to be in the mood for it.
Right. But traffic was a 50-50 on traffic.
50-50 was okay because,
50-50
like I
on
said, you could actually, you could actually hear it.
Okay.
You could hear the movie. It was really loud. Lots of. So if you want to talk about strange music, then you can't just limit it to. You just can't limit it to scary music. You have to actually be. You have to actually, who they forgot. You have to actually include Yoko Ono. Do you know Yoko Ono? Yeah, that's Yoko Ono.
That's Yoko Ono. Okay.
Yeah, this is Yoko Ono just screaming a lot. This is the day that she ruined John Lennon. Yeah, that's her. John Lennon was probably one of the best songwriters this earth has ever produced. And then he married Yoko Ono, who was like this performance type of artist. Do you see her?
Got you.
Japanese.
All right, 93 years old. Looking
Is she 93 now?
93. Yeah, February 18th, 1933. She's in Tokyo, Japan.
Whoa.
Yes, John Lennon's wife. Okay.
John Lennon's wife. That was her music. And she actually sold that music because John Lennon endorsed her.
Got you.
But she, that was not music that anybody could sign on to. She just became known because of her, because of John Lennon. So if you want to hear freaky music to celebrate, freaky, weird music of the day, find her on YouTube and educate yourself on music is like a different kind of thing for everybody. It just depends. So that's what I did for the weekend. That's what she did for the weekend. What did you do over the weekend? Hey. There was a lot going on. The night market was happening. That was pumping. The weather was absolutely perfect yesterday for indoor and outdoor activities. They had a run over the weekend. There was a lot of water activities, a lot of people that was hanging out at the beach or down at the pool or something. In the water was the best place for you to be as long as you were, minding your surf manners. But other than that, it was a wonderful weekend. We started off with another whole week and more controversy happening in the Department of Education. Nothing might have said anything louder than the kids out of Simon Sanchez High School were protesting for this school to be built. That was a part of the weekend activities, is doing that, going out and telling everybody that they've had enough, that this was pretty much it. That they were protesting against the fact that Simon Sanchez has been in a state of construction for so long that you've had many kids that were enrolled in the school that never actually graduated from that campus. They don't even have a memory of graduating from that campus. And that's just such a disservice to people who go to high school, create these greatest memories of your life, and really don't have, a memory of running through the hallways, or that time when somebody locked themselves in a storage room, or, hey, remember that time we were playing around in the cafeteria? They don't have any of that because the campus has never been theirs. So they're, it kind of got you in your feels because they're starting a new school year and they still don't have classes at Simon Sanchez and they still don't have classes at Tiedzen because that campus has not been finished. They still have a lot to meet in the requirements, and it's not a stable situation. Last we spoke to Dr. Judy Wampat. They were waiting for the estimate of the repairs. And the work was not going to start until they got the estimate. And so we didn't talk to her until late Friday morning. So I'm assuming that there has been some more information. We'll find out about that. We will have, however, in the studio with us at 7:15, note to self, that Senator Vince Borja, he's also in the middle of oversight hearings for DOE. So he knows exactly what he's going to be looking for this week when they go back into this oversight hearing on DOE. He'll be in the studio to talk a little bit about what's happening within the Department of Education. But we also have a couple of other things that are happening on the fringes. There's an issue up at the port that has delayed some of the cargo from being moved into these trucks that will carry them into the stores. I don't know how bad it is at the moment, but we do know that we do know that there is a backlog of items that they are trying to get into the supply chain. 8 out of 10 container moving machines being unavailable were unavailable. They've been working for these top picks. These are giant forklifts, basically, that will move these containers on to these waiting truck chassis so that they can clear the port and get into the stores. So it's really a big deal at the port. It's different than other places. When the port can't move items, this affects you personally. Run into the store today to get paper towels and there's nothing on the shelves. Or having to pick up food items that you're used to having on the shelves and they're a little bit bare. Luckily, I was in my Payless the other day, they were stocking up a lot of stuff. So I'm not sure if they got eked out a few of these containers, but they were having a problem as of Friday. So we're gonna hope to talk to Roy Respicio and find out, just getting an update from Friday's release that says that all of the gantry cranes are now working. These are the huge cranes that take containers on and off the ships. All 3 of them are operational again, which includes that crane number 6 that was damaged during Super Typhoon Bobby. But the biggest problem right now is not necessarily that. The biggest problem right now is trying to move these, get these forklifts back on in operation, so that they can move those machines, those containers out. We'll talk to him in a little while about that. We also have a story from Robert Celestial. This actually broke last week, but I think they kind of got ahead of themselves. Not RECA, but not PARS, which is the Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. They were really celebrating a new measure that has come out of the House, with the main sponsor being Congressman James Moylan. And this bill would finally get the CNMI and Guam some compensation for being downwinders. The problem that they had last week is everybody was celebrating it, but they didn't have a bill number yet. But they had a number of sponsors, and so they're excited about getting this done. Finally, getting this done in the House. It's House Resolution 3783, and this is the bill that would include Guam in the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act, finally allowing Guam and individuals from New Mexico, Idaho, Colorado, Arizona, Utah, Texas, Wyoming, Oregon, Washington, South Dakota, North Dakota, Nevada, Guam, and the CNMI as individuals who have been exposed to these the fallout from these nuclear tests. So hopefully we'll be able to talk to him as well. At least we planned on doing so. That's all ahead, and more of what's on your mind can be on my mind too. 6:33. Let's go ahead and take this break. Be right back.
Pacific. Viva!
off today, Guam. Good morning, everyone. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your first look at your traffic report for a Monday morning right here on the Wave 105 FM. And it is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. Schedule that test drive at 478 Auto, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, visit our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, guys, it's about 6:33 right now on a Monday morning. Traffic on the northern end. We're looking at Route 1 is moving nicely this morning. No delays along East Sangsong Road. Route 3 is looking just as clear, as well as our friends getting around Upper Tumon this morning, stretching further down into Tamuning. If you're going south around Hagåtña, Asan, or getting around Patti, you will have a nice and smooth ride through that. And it looks like traffic is just as great for our friends along Route 4. That's going to be coming around in Alahan, Malolo, Ipan, Talafopo, as well as Jonya this morning. Chalampago, Talafopo, and Ordot. Traffic is light. Great job. Route 10 as well. Both Manilao as well as Barrigada. We would like to remind all the motorists to just watch your speed limit. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, Guam, seatbelts are sexy. Let's watch our speed limits coming around the school zones this morning, as well as the villages, as we will find kids coming in and out of the bus stops this morning. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you again by our friends over at Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule that test drive at 478 Auto.
Eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at SubwayPacific.com for pickup or delivery. Online ordering at SubwayPacific.com is powered by Good to Go. We deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Wave 105, the talk of Guam, a Glimpses of Guam radio station.
Oh, Patty, get it together. Okay.
We got it. It's okay.
Oh, yeah.
We got this. We got this.
I was fighting with some wires on my headphones.
That was
Almost
me on Friday. I was all tangled up. I'm
Were
about to
you?
get electrocuted.
You know, it doesn't take much.
I
It
get all
really doesn't
tangled
take
up.
much. That, you know what? I think that when you're like cleaning your house or something,
Okay.
and maybe you got a lot to do,
Right on.
and then the vacuum cleaner is not like charged, right, or something, or the robot is off its track, and it's not responding to your commands, little things like that. And then you know. Messing it like you're trying to unfurl something and then it doesn't work. Little things that can aggravate you and ruin your entire day. And they're small things in the scope of life. That's what just happened here. Just trying to
I talked to mine. I'm like, look, if you don't work, we're gonna get COVID. I just talked to all my cleaning materials.
Oh, that's very smart. We're gonna get if you don't start. Oh, that's a good one. I'm gonna start talking to my items. Thanks for that.
You missed a spot. It's all good. No worries. Here
Okay, well, here we go. I just said it. The Pacific Association of Radiation Survivors. The person that has been leading this effort has been Robert Celestial. Guaranteed there is a number of people in the organization, but Robert has been sort of leading this campaign for Guam to be included in RECA, which is a bill that was signed by President Bush, which would require that they be compensated. Guam has never really been identified as downwinders until recently, which allows them to be considered survivors of the fallout from nuclear testing in this region anyway. But it's been a hard-fought battle. But now there's a bill, H.R. 10115, that has been introduced by Congressman James Moylan and 10 other co-sponsors from a number of these states that are considered downwinders. And he joins us on the lines right now. He is I was reading some things that you sent me over the weekend. You asked me if I read them all. I didn't read them all, but I didn't read them all the way through, but I understood the references that you were making to the President Bush's old stories about how he signed the RECA back in the day, and of course KUAM's old story from back in 2019, where we could, the headline was reading in 2019 as it would in 2026. That's how long we've been dealing with this. But he joins us on the line now. Good morning there. How are you?
Good morning, Patti. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. And good morning to the people of Guam.
Yeah, it's good to hear your voice again. You sent me a number of things, but there is one, the document that says that Guam and the CNMI both can be considered for radiation exposure compensation. Now, what is the RECRA? That's not why do you keep referring it to RECRA? It's not the same thing as RECA?
Well, in the bill, the new bill, the 10115, it's called the Radiation Exposure Compensation Reauthorization Act.
Oh, Reauthorization Act. Okay, yeah.
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 The RECA is the Radiation Exposure Compensation Act.
Mm-hmm.
So just for simplicity, I just put RECRA because that's what it is. It's for the Reauthorization Act. But you're absolutely right, because in 2019, the CNMI was included in the first bill, and so the reason I sent you those information is because in our bill we included not only other diseases to be amended to be added, that we added also other states. Numerous states, Washington State, Ohio, and a lot of zip codes from different other states. And also for the Navajo Nation, we added for the affidavits. But for Guam downwinders, we just wanted to add 150,000 from the 100,000 last year in July, and that the Guam be compensated with health benefits also. Because if you read the bill, last year didn't give the downwinders health benefits. So those are the things that I wanted to share with you this morning, is that we really extended this bill for a lot of people, not only for Guam. And that the reason I gave you the statement from President Bush back in 1990 is because I wanted people to understand the intent, the original intent of RICA, because in his statement he says, regardless whether causation can be scientifically established.
Mm-hmm.
So when he signed it and he made that statement, gave me the understanding and gave a lot of people understanding, even Congress back then, that he didn't care if they had any kind of study or any scientific evidence. He's signing it because it was for compassionate payments, that people felt that their health was harmed from atomic testings. That's what the statement says.
Okay.
So I wanted to be clear to everyone, even the CNMI and the other states, even in our RICA group meetings that we have every Wednesday, is that the original intent was that we didn't need a study. Even today, we don't need a study. But we have, Guam is blessed because we have the evidence that it was declassified in 1994, and that when I went before the National Academy of Science, I provided not only oral testimony, but sworn testimony from Lieutenant Bert Schreiber, and that we had declassified documents that yes, Guam was exposed to nuclear fallout.
Well, I mean, but the CNMI is included, but there is a push then, though, by the representative, Kimberly Hines, to do a study to see whether or not this fallout actually affected the Pacific enough to reach the CNMI. Has that not already been established?
That has been established. That I have given them all the information. Remember, back then, Dr. Paris and I, we flew to the legislature in Saipan. Uh-huh. We presented our case before the Congress back in 2006, and that they passed a resolution back then to include the CNMI. That's how come they were included in 2019. That's why I sent you that press release, and also the bill back then. I believe it's 3783 that Guam and the CNMI were included.
That was in 2019. There's actually a news release that says as much. Okay.
Right.
I mean, the fact that she's asking the Department of Energy to take a look at this, does that stop up the bill, or is she not supporting it until she is given facts from DOE?
Well, I don't understand her thinking or her rationale, because I told her that radiation will go in a straight line. It didn't just come straight to Guam. When I gave the PowerPoint presentation to the APIL, I showed them the radius of where the fallout went to the whole entire Pacific, and the understanding that we don't need a study. They have all the information. Why she wants a study, I don't know. For me, the people of Guam and the CNMI do qualify as downwinders according to the evidence that we have, and that I hope and pray that it doesn't stall our process, our bill going forward, because our bill went before the judiciary, and our bill went also to the Energy Committee. Now, if she's asking for a study, and the committee says, well, okay, we'll give you a study, and then it holds the bill.
Right.
That could happen.
Well, I mean,
but
Guam's your evidence, and the actual designation of Guam being included is not the same thing, correct? I mean, if there has to be a declaration, and was there a declaration that said both the CNMI and Guam are definitely downwinders, and they should be included in any compensation plan, as much as New Mexico and Idaho and the Dakotas. They've already had that written on paper that they are established, designated, or I'm sorry, in the category of being downwinders.
in the 2019 bill, yes, but on this bill, she just asked for a study for her people. It's going to deny her people, the people in the CNMI, to receive the compensation if this bill is passed. I tried to tell them that. I said, if this bill is passed, Guam and the other states will be included and will be compensated given health benefits. Through this bill, all it will do for the CNMI is just have a study for them, and they will be denied the compensation.
Well, then it shouldn't hold up the bill if the only thing that she's doing is asking for a study. It would just eliminate, for the moment, CNMI as recipients.
Well, we hope so.
Oh, okay.
We hope that would be the case, because that's what had happened with last year.
Mm-hmm.
We thought we were going through, and then somebody threw a wrench in there, and that Guam was excluded last minute, and everybody went in. Well, not everyone in. Still, there's other people that's in our bill that needs to be compensated. So that's the issue right now, is that they are in the bill, and they are just asking for a study. It's up to them what they want to do. I just told them, I said, look, if this bill is passed, the CNMI would get the study, but they won't be designated as downwinders, and they won't receive the health benefits and the $150,000 for the people, which Guam will receive. So that was the issue I was trying to bring up.
Right.
And that when I gave you the statement, what President Bush had said, that a study wasn't required, because the reason a study wasn't required is because they already had the evidence that the radiation fallout had gone in these jurisdictions. And we proved already that the nuclear fallout came to our jurisdiction.
Well, I mean, all of that absolutely makes sense, but we were excluded for a reason the last time, even if we were included from the beginning. The problem here now is that the insistence actually makes a case for people like Guam and the CNMI, but the insistence that over the years, rather than saying that the maps show the radius included Guam and the CNMI as being exposed, even further to that, I think they've been loosely applying the rule that if there is a presumption that there is a presumption that any ailment that you receive following any ailment that you're suffering under the categories of cancer, and you are also in this area during the time of this testing, one only comes to the conclusion, the presumption, that it was probably related.
Exactly.
Okay.
You said it perfectly.
Okay.
You said it better than I would.
Okay.
Yes, it's to me, it's common sense.
Right.
It basically common sense is that if you read all the evidence, and especially it's coming from the National Academy of Science, not from Robert, and that we were highly inundated with this 67 nuclear bombs that was detonated in Marshall Islands and kept secret. Imagine from 1946 to 62, back then, we were kids and we didn't know anything, and it was kept secret to 1994. And only ones knew about it was the military and Department of Energy, which was the Atomic Energy Commission, and they kept it secret. And then all of a sudden, the evidence came out in 1994, and we presented it, and then we proved it, and then now this whole entire area, is deemed to be, a fallout area, just like Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Idaho, and their area is a larger area than ours. And they're included last year, and here we are. We already have the evidence. To me, why would you want to study under people? We already had the evidence.
There's got to be something. There must be some other part of it that the delegate wants to ensure. And I'm not trying to say that she's not up at all on what's happening. I mean, this is one of those campaign trail platform issues that has also affected the CNMI. So I can't. I'm not going to just write it off to say that Delegate Hines has no clue of what's happening. I think she's very aware of what's happening, but she must be looking for something else if she thinks to solidify that the CNMI will be included and that there won't be any question. And maybe it is the fact that it has to come from DOE in order for her to be satisfied that the proper research has been done and that they're not going to end up they're not going to end up taking away any kind of compensation because the information came from PARS and not from the Department of Energy.
Well, I want to put it this way. There has never been any study in any jurisdiction. Did you know that?
No, I did not know
Yeah,
that.
right. There has never been a study in any jurisdiction. It was only evidence from in the States from the National Cancer Institute. That wasn't a study. That was just evidence stating that this area was exposed to nuclear fallout. That was it.
Maybe that's okay. I'm assuming that she wants something a little more specific. That's the only thing I can think of. I can't imagine that she was not fully understanding that the CNMI was included. But I guess we would probably reach out to her and find out, if that's the case.
Well, I did. I tried. I have her on WhatsApp. I send her all the information. She never responds back to me. And then I said, okay, it's up to her. We've reached out to the CNMI. I reached out to Senator Magnolia, Senator Attal, Representative Attal. I've done my due diligence to reach out to them. To me, it's up to them. It's. I don't understand it because if your people are dying from cancer and other diseases, and this is the evidence that we have, why wouldn't you want your people to be compensated? That's me, but for her, that's up to her because that's her people. But I've reached out to her. I gave her all the information, and I tried to communicate with her, but she never responded back to me.
Okay, well,
so I did my best. I even worked with Richard and Leanna. I gave them all the information. It's up to them.
Okay. Well, I mean that'll be a separate fight, but you're just hoping that because the CNMI is asking for additional information, that will just hold the bill hostage for a while, that it won't get through the process in Congress or in the House.
Well, if it does, then we just have to deal with it then. But to me, the Department of Energy was the Atomic Energy Commission. Yeah. And when you do ask for a study, it's going to take years.
Okay.
The Department of Energy is going to come over here and take years for their people to receive the compensation. And so we just have to wait and see. We've been praying for them, and what the rationale is for Delegate Hines is, I do not know. I just know that the CNMI do deserve to be in the bill as downwinders, and a study is not required according to President Bush. So those are the issues that are brought up.
This is President Bush. This is the first President Bush. This is not the second President Bush. Yes. So that's how far back that we're talking about. Okay. All right, Robert.
She's an attorney, and then the original intent. The original intent is that he says regardless whether causation can be scientifically established. It's his words. He signed it. And so
that would have had to been proven in order for the president to sign it, for sure. So,
right. I get it. Congress, the senators like Senator Krapos and Hawley, they used that statement in Congress saying, look, whether we have the scientific evidence or not, we know that the radiation was here. We know the people were exposed. So that's the argument they use. So why would you? To me, it's like saying, okay, I have this evidence, but I want you to come and study me anyway, knowing the fact that the radiation came here. Lieutenant Bert Schreiber was the evidence. You know, he was the radiological, biological, chemical officer on Guam in 1952 here in Guam. He said I was under a top secret clearance. I couldn't say anything, but now there was declassified. Yes, you people on Guam were highly exposed to the nuclear fallout. But the fallout don't come in a straight line, right, Patty?
I know it doesn't. Well, obviously, and you know, in this area, I think that the original compensation bill concentrated on the mainland and the continued testing that was happening more in modern days than it remembered what was happening here. Because there's not a whole lot of people who are still alive to recollect what happened back then in these islands. So, out of sight, out of mind, they say.
And you just reminded me also, Patty, is that when the book came out, the National Research Council came out with the evidence for Guam, the conclusion. Mm-hmm. If you read some of the pages, what happened is they included the atomic veterans back then. And when they included the atomic veterans, they did have dose reconstruction for them, but not the civilians. So now in the... Well,
you should have been included in that then.
Well, we are included in this bill, in the WETOC cleanup.
Oh, okay.
So what I wanted to say is that it's very delicate because in that report, the scientists at that time did request Congress to do a PCAS. But the PCAS is probability of causation of assigned share. It's a civilian word to say, let's do dose reconstruction in the next generation. That's in the book, but Congress last year didn't use that. They said, no, we don't want to use PCS for our people. We want to go back to the original intent, which is regardless is whether causation can be scientifically established. But in the book, it did say that we, in the next generation, let's use dose reconstruction. Oh, so that's why it's very, very delicate.
Yeah. Listen, Robert, I hit the top of the hour. I appreciate your time. And if you hear back from Delegate Hines, I hope you'll forward me any kind of communication.
Sure.
All right, great. Thanks so much for the time. Okay. You can go back to bed now.
Okay, God bless.
All right, take good care. 7:01 now, KGUM-FM in Dedido, Guam.
Hagåtña, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Hagåtña is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Hagåtña grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details. Hapaday Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM. We are streaming online at thewave105.com. That's going to be on the World Wide Web, or you can follow us on our YouTube channel. That's Wave 105.1 FM Guam. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends over at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Get To Go, We Deliver. At Subway, you gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turn every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. Mobile Smiles, fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. Triple J Auto Group, it's big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. Starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Hagåtña Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch Tinting and Detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor plus steel toe footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more life, great food, and memories happen here.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event for for a limited time. Score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford. Customers first.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Today, Guam. Good morning, guys. Welcome back. We're going to go ahead and hit the streets right now. This will be your second look at your traffic report for a Monday morning, which is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot. You could schedule that test drive at 478 Auto, or if you'd like to look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. That's going to be guamautospot.com. Construction activities will continue this morning along Route 10. Contractor crews are going to be working at various locations within the intersection of Route 10. They have loop sensor installation and striping and marker installation. That's going to be along Corton Torres Street and Route 10 intersection. Loop sensor installation at the Route 4 Route 10 intersection, as well as striping and marker installation at Route 10 and Route 32 intersection. So motorists, please be advised to expect traffic delays. Plan your travel time accordingly. Use alternate routes and follow the posted detour signs. Make sure that you do reduce your speed, comply with the posted speed limits when passing through the work zones, and remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces and temporary steel plates. Make sure that you do proceed with caution at all times. It looks like traffic is moving nicely this morning around Route 1. That's going to be coming around the Naval Base. We got no delays over on that end. Getting around Patti and Ashland is going to be a nice and smooth drive for you. West O'Brien Drive is looking really good right now, as well as our friends into Mooning or coming around the airport. Route 8 is looking just as great. No delays along Route 16 or Route 10 in both Barrigada as well as Manila. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving, and we should all have a safe Monday morning. It's your traffic report. It's on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all brought to you by Guam Auto Spot.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Tourism, it's our number one industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep the day moving right here on Mornings with Patti.
Turn up the I'm the spark in the room when the bass
Go boom. 7:08 here on Mornings with Patti. 24 August is what we are. Welcome to the program. We're like 3 weeks into the third week of school, and there's still kids that are not in school. Does that feel, Senator Vince Borja, who is the chairman of the Oversight Committee on Education, does that feel like a failure when you can say that out loud?
Absolutely. I think for me, I've always been a firm believer that everything rises and falls on leadership, right? No matter, even Dr. Wampat at this point, despite, the issues in the department for decades, and whether it be last year or this year, she owns it, right? Like everything that we're dealing with today, and same with me as a senator and coming in and raising my hand and saying, I'll be the oversight, I'd like to be the chairman for the Committee on Education, is that we failed. I mean, the government has failed in ensuring that students have a safe place safe and clean place to learn, and we definitely have to do something about it. And I think that was my message, especially with Teason, because I've been to Teason 3 or 4 times in the last year since I've been a senator. And even while I was there, the first one was a site visit. When I first got inaugurated, went to all the high schools and some of the middle schools and the elementary schools. And even when I visited there, it did a lot of the issues that were uncovered, I guess we'll call it, this year weren't issues I think that existed last year, unless again, because even when I visited last year, it was before their last public health inspection, and they got a B, I think is what they got last year. And so when you look at that at Southern High, that's not new. In regards to the leaking roof, when I was there, the pool, which they got a variance for last year, they can't get a variance. They have to, when you get a demerit and then you get a variance to open, you can't get another variance. You have to fix the issue, and so that's one of the issues. One of the big issues at Southern High, aside from the leaking roof, that we have to address by October 1st, I think, is the deadline, or when they're supposed to get a public health inspection. So absolutely, we failed, and we have to, we can't sit here. I think even now there is a lot of finger pointing going around, and there is blame to go around. But right now the focus is get Teason High open and get Sanchez and Teason back into the classrooms with teachers.
I kind of want to go backwards a little bit, and this was before your time, but it was during the pandemic when the schools were dormant. There was nobody in there, but then they started to figure out how to get the kids back in school. Public health wasn't doing any inspections, and the schools weren't even running. So an agreement was made between Joe St. Augustine and the DOE that they would delay any of the school inspections to give the department time, to get back in these schools and up them. And then by, I think, the following year, I want to say 2025 was the deadline, like springtime, that they had to have everything in order. And then Chris Barnett came in. He said, how come the schools haven't been inspected? Doug Moreland criminally charges Art St. Augustine for this. And then, of course, that the case ended, but it still left the schools that weren't even in tip-top shape when they staved off these public health inspections. So for all of this time, the schools have just been continuously getting worse as far as maintenance goes.
Some schools, right? Because if you look at there are some other schools that have done a lot of work, and the sad thing about that as well is a lot of schools have improved in regards to their public health inspections and the health requirements at the schools, but a lot of that too has come at the cost of employees. I'll use my wife's school as a good example. They just got a Price Elementary, which is I think the oldest. I mean, that school I think is named after a Navy guy, right? One of
That's
the oldest,
how old it is. Yeah,
one of the oldest elementary school. They just got an A, and I know that they've done a lot of work. Of course, the maintenance team has been there too at GDOE from downtown, who has helped. But of course, a lot of the work that you see across the department, aside from, of course, the the central staff, the teachers and staff, or mainly the staff, has put a lot of work into. But places like Teason, which I think there should be no excuse because that's a contract school, kind of like the standard we should hold for all these schools. If the government is paying an annual tag on these schools, which all of them have a maintenance plan in it, and so I think that's one of the other bigger issues that we're addressing right now, because even with the Teason the Teason Cortec contract, even to this day, I know there's still a lot of back and forth with the attorneys, at least from the last time I talked with Dr. Wampat, in regards to what we're responsible for, meaning the Department of Education, versus what Cortec is responsible for, which I think for me is mind-blowing. And no, again, I wasn't there when the contract was signed. I think they're saying it was Governor Camacho, but somebody else is saying it's Governor Calvo. But just the terms in the contract that allowed it to even be that ambiguous, to where to this day, which means if we've been there, I think they said 12 years at Teason High, and the contractor has never really or accepted some of the work orders, it makes sense as to why the school has deteriorated and is falling apart, which, ultimately, again, the Department of Education has been the tenant that has been, living at the school. That's a responsibility that we have to own, and I think the lawyers and the Dr. Wampat and her team are ensuring that moving forward. Because what I told, or not that I told them, but the conversation when we were in the room was, okay, if we're not sure, then I think we shouldn't move forward clearing the lines on who's responsible for what, because that was the issue for the administration and the team at Teason, is they would put in a work order and it would sit there for months. I think they could, I think they said there's like some stuff on there that have been like 6 to 8 months that they put in a work order. But definitely looking at, a lot of the schools, to answer your question, I went back to
That's okay. It's okay. No.
But to look at a lot of the schools, we've gotten better compared to when the public health requirement came on, for sure. But we'll give credit to the central maintenance team and the teachers, or the staff, especially at all the schools, for making it happen. But I can probably say, and I'm not, I could put my money on this, that a lot of it is just temporary, like, hey, if this is an issue, what can we do at low cost, right, that could temporarily fix the problem, and those things are going to eventually come up in the years to come if we don't address it.
The interesting part about these leaseback schools and who's responsible, the contractor or DOE, it seemed like there's still a lot of, in the third week now, a lot of finger pointing over that. Why are not the rules, or are they spelled out on which categories are their problem and which categories are ours?
Lawyers,
okay, that's an unanswered.
You look at the law. These are two legal teams going back and forth in regards to, no, that's not ours, or hey, if you want, I know the big things for the public health inspection at Teason that they want to address. Cortec is saying, as of right now, this is not a responsibility. If you want us to fix it, it's going to cost you. Yeah, it's going to cost you money. Which is a high price tag, because it's like labor, supplies, and then like a 15%.
So it's not it's kind of like renting an apartment, and the land, you break something in the apartment, that becomes your problem. But if it's something that is part of the property of the landowner, a water leak or something like that, that's a different thing. It's very clear on who has to pay for what. But the issue is, I don't understand why it's not clear.
So yeah, and I agree, because there's some things that baffle me, like I don't know if they hashed it out at this point, but even like the plumbing, even when at the time, and when I was talking to the project manager or the director from Cortec, when he was saying, when we moved into this building, when the government of Guam signed the lease, the toilet, the way it's designed was the way it was designed 12 years ago when they moved in. Because it's not flushing today the way it's supposed to, and you want us to improve that's an improvement. That's not maintenance. So that's not a cost on us. I'm like, wait, how does that make any sense? Like, if I was in a home, you're supposed to provide a toilet so that I could use the restroom. I don't care what design it was. If it's not flushing and the waste is not going and it's leaking, that's your responsibility, because
it's so weird.
Unless I shook the toilet and I broke it, but if it's just normal wear and tear, I don't think that should be the responsibility of the tenant.
What's interesting is the design of the toilet. Like I
one going into the wall. Yeah.
I feel like I feel like I learned so much about how a toilet. I actually went home and I flushed my own toilet to find out which way the water is.
Have you seen a picture of that toilet?
I haven't seen it.
So what they did was.
It's opposite of what's supposed to happen.
Aside from it like going into the wall,
Yeah.
so the toilet was like this. Because there was an issue, they put like a this much.
Oh
of
yeah,
like,
the pedestal.
Yeah,
to get,
the pedestal.
And now the kids can't get onto the toilet.
At the legislature, they were teasing, Ed Pikaigui.
Yeah.
He's a sergeant at arms. They're like, hey, if you go there, you're going to be dangling your feet. But yeah, like that's what they've done to address that. But it's still having issues. And,
it still gets you demerits.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is unfortunate. So, do you know what the estimate was? Because last we left with Judy Wampat, she said, I'm still waiting to see how much it costs. I can't start this work. This was Friday morning. She couldn't start the work unless they knew how much it was. And then they'd have to go to you. So that seems like a lot of a process to get through this.
Well, yes and no. They don't necessarily need to come to us. They still have some. I know they have to work.
Okay, here it is. I just got this.
Yes.
Okay, there it is. Asking these showers. I couldn't get up there. Yeah. Wow, that's interesting.
And all they did was lift it up to elevate because it goes into the wall.
Well,
and then down.
That doesn't make sense. Okay, so anyway, I'm so sorry. So the question is, do you know the estimate?
I don't know the estimate, but I know that right now, although they're, Dr. Wampat did say it's going to come at a cost, and the legislature, she may need support. Right now, we know, and we're meeting later this afternoon, or we're going to meet with Dr. Okada, who's like the finance guru on the board, to discuss just kind of some of those things. But the thing is, they have some money. They started, I think, about $51 million right now that has been sitting in the bank. So, and I keep telling her the legislature will not that we won't, but right now, until you expend your $51 million, because they could reprioritize that funding to fund these fund this cost.
That seems like something that's pretty easy to fix. So it's not going to be a matter of them having to go to you and asking for more money.
No, but if they're taking money from Peter to pay pay Paul, they might be the legislature later this year.
Okay, well, and that's a hard no for right now. If you've got $51 million in the bank, then reprioritize this. The other question I had for you, it was actually last week when I was talking to you about the 14 points in the Adequate Education Act. At any point, now there's a claim that has been done by Guam Legal Services, Dan Summerfleck, on behalf of a student. So, Dr. Wampat was very clear. This is a priority of ours because now we've got a situation with this one child at the GW camp. Was it? Wait, I'm sorry. What campus was that? Do you remember? I'll have to go back and look at it. But whatever the situation is, that seems to be a very serious claim that is made that will eventually lead to a suit. And I'm thinking that once a suit comes, everybody's just going to be waiting to see how that goes and then join in, and then we've got a class action lawsuit.
So I think when we talk about the Adequate Education Act, that's something that the legislature, obviously in partnership with the Department of Education and probably even like the stakeholders when it comes to especially special needs, right? Because a lot of the lawsuits that you see today are because of the Adequate Education Act, and then of course that population. If it's one thing that I've always said, even in small, back kitchen discussions in regards to changing it, is we have to, we need to be realistic in, are we going to continue to let if we're going to continue to leave this law and not change it, then we need to fund it, because they're not wrong by saying, you were breaking the law and my child or a child is not getting what the law says it should get based on the Adequate Education Act. And I think when they did it, there were good intentions, but Republican or Democrat, there's never been a body that has ever fully funded the Department of Education to address all these
things. To meet all those needs.
And I think 5%, 10%, even right now, meaning in taxes, we're never going to have all the money to, and there are bigger problems too outside of money when you look at like even special ed aides, one-on-one aides, or even teacher shortages. That's another issue in itself, in regards to another issue that we need to look and how we need to fill it, right? Disability aides or one-on-one aides, one of the biggest things, which is one of the main topics we're going to discuss today with Dr. Wampat and Dr. Okada, is the pay, why people leave the job or why people won't apply to the job, because the common theme that we've been hearing, at least over the last couple of weeks, is nobody's applying, and at least at my wife's school, she has like two one-on-one aides left, and she's like, I'm not even going to be surprised if the current one-on-one aide leaves because just the shortage in the field, and then the work, and a lot of them say it's not worth the money. Like I think she was saying, like one of her one-on-one aides right now is like 4-to-1 aide, right? That she gets like 3 or 4 students students who need
the ratio is completely off the chart.
It's 4-to-1, 3-to-1. I think right now is what most people are saying across the department, which can be overwhelming, and that's like all day at in school, and so I can imagine.
Dr. Wampat says that this whole bill or this whole law is actually fashioned after a prominent, more upscale school district in California, which is not achievable for Guam. Maybe the standards are a little bit higher because California must have more money for their education. But she's saying that there are some in there that is just really difficult to maintain. Would there be a consideration to amend the law, maybe bring down some of these standards if we're not going to put money into it?
Absolutely, and we have to, like they always say, we have to look at the data. I think the other thing that we need to look at when we look at especially the one-on-ones, and my wife has been in the system for 14 years. Her sister has been she's an administrator now and been in the system for 20 plus years. But even other teachers and administrators were saying we need to look at, in fact, Tom Babalta, when I spoke to him almost a year ago when we were talking about, special ed, is that even the federal government has flagged Guam for having the highest number of students with IEPs that require a one-on-one. And when I was talking to one of the administrators there, she's like, that's something that we need to look into as a society. She was like, jokingly, she was like, it could be something in the water, or it's why we have so many students now. That is what has changed today versus when this law was enacted. The numbers.
It could be environmental.
Yes, environmental, absolutely.
Wow.
And there hasn't been any studies, but they're saying there has to be something, because if the federal government is saying, like, in regards to funding, is, hey, the number that you guys are spending on on your reporting in regards to students who require a one-on-one is pretty high across compared to other jurisdictions in the nation. So there's definitely something that you guys need to consider, bring that number down, or it could be I think culturally, we're joking, culturally, when we look at like how we are with our family members, right, we're very nurturing. So even maybe when they do the IEPs, they're a little bit more lenient compared to other jurisdictions in the nations. Again, those are the different things that we need to look at in regards to why our numbers are so high. But then, back to the data in regards to changing the law. And that's going to be a tough decision that we have to make as lawmakers, because if we don't change it, then we need to fund it. We can't say that every, whether it be the classrooms with the ACs, whether it be, even now ACs with bathrooms, we obviously didn't need a law for that.
Oh, yeah. That's a luxury to have a bathroom that has an AC in it. The interesting thing, though, about special education or children with learning disabilities, that's a fluid number. That just seems to, all of the data in the United States shows that more and more of these kids are falling into a category where they don't have enough specialists to be able to handle these difficulties in learning. Guam's no different than that. You've already suggested that more and more children are becoming more challenged in just the curriculum that we have that's been in place for a lot of years. What kind of, in your campaign or in your assessment of your first time in office, have you been able to show that says we've got to stop looking so much at facilities and really start looking at the learning in the classroom?
So the biggest challenge, I think, that especially within my first year, that with the change in administration from the Swanson team to the, and I think like unfortunately for me, it was we kind of had a working group with Dr. Swanson and his team, and then of course he resigned, and then Dr. Wampat came in, and I felt like we were kind of working towards resolution, or at least how to leverage a lot of the federal funding, because especially with SPED, right, it was never really about at the time it was like, hey, at that time they were giving back, I think like 6 million, like 21 million of special education funds. So it's like, okay, what do you guys need assistance with to spend that so that we don't return it? Then of course Dr. Wampat came in. She had a different plan in regards to addressing the disability or the special ed program, and she made some big changes at the department actually, in who was running the SPED program, who I think it's Dr. Rossetti now, who's in she's the acting director, I think, for the SPED program. And so right now, just waiting, or not waiting, but kind of allowing her team to come in and make the assessment. I know when she first came in, her initial plan was to address the pay disparity, which was one of the main things that a lot of the principals said when she first came in. It's like, you want more one-on-ones. You need to figure out the pay situation and the benefits. So she attempted to change it from, I think they were school aides to disability aides, which is a little bit more pay. But then, of course, there's some rules within the position, because disability aides are not necessarily one-on-ones where they're going to be with like the way they explained disability aides was a disability aide was going to be like somebody who helps a student maybe go to their appointment, or like not necessarily they're not a one-on-one aide. So I know that there was some issue or clarity that the board wanted to make sure before they implemented that, which I don't think they have, meaning they haven't switched over to the disability aide. So there's all these different things, which sadly in government, it just takes forever to implement, because there's all these different rules and guidelines that they have to follow, especially like when you're looking at positions for these types of for this demographic, because they're not specialized, but they kind of treat it like specialized, especially when you're trying to look at the pay. So again, it's continuing to work, to answer your question, really it's really working closely with the superintendent and looking at how we can leverage federal dollars, and then then of course the local government has to come in and supplement should they need that. Because I always say the federal government should never, especially for one-on-ones, right, or special ed students, is that should, although there is federal funding, should it go away like a lot of some of these other programs that just disappear without us or get frozen, is that this is a service that the people of Guam should be able to step in front. So looking at because that's the other thing too with the SPED or the 101 aides, is that they're limited term positions, right? So you are going to get, even if somebody gets into that position, they're going to want a classified position and want something that's going to be long term, and it's not a 12-month position as well. When the students are out, they're out as well. And so that was the other issue that they needed. And so in order for that to become a permanent position, it needs to come from local funds. But no superintendent yet has really put most of that on the local government. They've just been leveraging federal funds, which is why the position is the way it is.
And that's kind of scary, because as they slowly dismantle the Department of Education, they're talking, the plans are to move all of this funding back on the onus of the local governments, and that we would literally be closing schools, I feel.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If we don't, which is why I say we continue to look at the one, and this is the challenge too, because you look at, even right now when we talk about the path forward for Tizan and Simon Sanchez, and my many conversations over the last 4 days, because I'm sure you've seen the circulation of, Dr. Wampat's going to shut down, or start redistricting. And even, some of the kids, Genesis, like he calls me all the time, and I was talking to him the other day, and I said, if there's anything that we need or everybody needs to understand, is that when we figure out what the best decision is to move forward, there's three things that need to be addressed. One is the teacher shortage. Two is the one-on-one shortage, right, for students with disabilities. And then three is the busing. Although busing is not a GDOE problem, it's something that we need to consider when we decide what to do moving forward. And so, of course, when you look at, and it's tough because even now, like when you look at what is the best decision, is double session going to do that? That's not necessarily going to address the teacher shortage because you're not necessarily consolidating, the classes, or you're not bringing down the number of classes that need to be filled. It's not going to bring down the number of students that need disability aids or one-on-one aids. And so there's all these different things that need to be considered when the superintendent and the board decides what they need, what's the best path going forward. And Dr. Wampat, I don't think she knows the answer either at this point, because aside from just making a decision, you still have a community that I'm not, obviously the Sharks want, Simon Sanchez needs to be rebuilt, which we know that's not going to happen next year. We hope that the procurement goes faster this time, but I doubt it. And then you have Tizen, who wants to get back into the campus. And then you have these two other schools that may be affected if we go into double session.
Yeah. This is not an easy fix.
Oh, definitely.
And it's generations of these kinds of problems that we've had. Are you seeing, because to what is attributed kids not the shortage of kids going to the education public schools? Is it caused by the charter schools? Is it caused by parochial schools? Kids are just not coming back. Are they moving off island? And when you have fewer kids now in the system, but you're spending more money to keep these kids that are in the system currently, what are we doing? And that's
a tough call, right? Like nobody wants to. I felt, one of the things that I have to remind myself too when we look at decisions or when we look at proposals is to remove the emotion, and it's education, bro. But you got to remove the emotion when you want to make a rational decision, especially with resources, right? Do we continue to operate? We built Simon Sanchez. Something's going to have to give. Right? We built Simon Sanchez. That's another school. Right now, luckily, they're in, not luckily, but right now they're in another campus. So we're not paying a power bill and we're not paying for, resources there yet. But that's an additional cost, which, of course, the government of Guam is committed to doing at this point. But as we continue to see the decline in student enrollment, not just because of charter schools, but people are just not having, you look at like my parents' generation, where back then there was 10 kids, right? I think my grandma had like 12 siblings. And then you look down to my parents where they had like 5 kids. And then you look down to like my wife, we have 2 kids. And it's just, people are just not having that many kids anymore. There's no need to have the real estate that we have today for public schools. And it's going to be a tough decision, whether it be next year.
No one is going to be happy because someone's going to be on the losing end of a school. That's and the thing about education is that we all have experienced it, right? It's not like other areas of the government where it applies to us down the line, but we're not invested in it on a daily basis. Mm-hmm. So education requires that somebody has to have an opinion, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And when it's involved in your kids, like if your kid comes home and the teacher didn't do this or that didn't do that you take personally, right? Mm-hmm. And I'm assuming they go to public education. So, okay, they don't.
They did.
They did.
Yes.
They were in public schools, and now.
But this is a very technical.
Okay. No. Yeah. Because somebody will hold you to that, and that's the other part of it. You are a parent who's trying to educate your kids. That doesn't always mean that you think that something is the best, right? You do what you think is the best. So I'm not going to question you about where your kids go to. Is that me? No. Okay. I'm not going to. Is that the fire alarm?
Yes, ma'am. They're working on it. They've been working on it since this morning. So.
Well, it's not working, sir. Whatever you're doing is not happening. Well, as long as we don't have to evacuate, that's all I care about.
But to set the record straight, because, they're my stepchildren.
Okay.
And I don't have a say in, but if it were up to me, they would go to a public school.
Okay. Well,
so
and that's a personal choice.
It's not by choice, yeah.
No. And that is a personal choice. Yeah. And your wife is an educator, so she also recognizes what kind of education.
In fact, my daughter continues to say she wants to go to my stepdaughter. Well, she's like, I want to go to Onsala Middle School.
Okay.
She likes her school, though.
Just for the record, she likes her school.
She likes her school.
And you know what? A family very dear to me, their daughter, was in public schools all her life, and the daughter wanted to go to. She would end up going to GW, and the other option was academy. Well, I had a private education all my life, so I am a product of that. Sorry, that doesn't mean you can. I don't even know why I said it like that. It's like, oh, there it is. But I loved my alma mater, and I loved the fact that it was a gender-based school, and that to me it was important to have a young woman, a young girl, in a gender-based education system. So I was telling her mothers, you got to figure out a way to get this girl in this private school. She didn't like it for the first 2 weeks. I'm sure she'll, she's only in 9th grade, but the situation is that it is, you can't make it emotional because you need productive people to make the decisions. But people are going to scream because you can't tell them how to educate their kids.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just like given like some of the pushback with some of the decisions in the department, right? But then you got to look at like, even when we look at pay, right? And I always, like I was telling a group of teachers a couple of weeks ago, is like you look at where we're spending money in the department. In order for us to do more things in the department, is we need to be smart about our money, right? It's kind of like in your own home. It's you can't continue to go out and eat out, go shopping, but then you want to go on a vacation or you want to buy a new car.
Fix your house.
Yeah, you want to fix your house.
Yeah.
Or you want, put more money into savings when you do that. And not saying that that's what we're doing right now with the Department of Education, but there's a lot of ways where we can save more money and then put that more into equipment. We can put that into teacher raises. We could put that into improving the gym and improving some of but it's again, it's, for me, it's been a lot of emotional when you look at just some of the decisions that were made, and not just over the last 3 years, but just culturally, that's just how we.
Oh,
I mean, even sometimes, even for me as a senator, when a decision comes and somebody says, "Hey, can you support this?" and it's like I look at it and I'm like, but then you look at like whose feelings are these going to hurt, right? And if they're average people, it's like, okay, we don't want to hurt their feelings, or we don't want people to be upset. Because this is not really going to hurt anybody, but then okay, I'll support it, right? It's not.
Well, it's not that you can culturally run away from it.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's like somebody's hitting you up at Payless, and you're like, oh well, and because we were a small island and culturally we do care about our kids.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it becomes a thing. So we're gonna move in, to the areas of concern. I feel like they are the same areas of concern from years ago. You're doing a oversight hearing this weekend, on Wednesday. Mm-hmm. We're really just talking about some of the same things that were on agendas in past oversight hearings on education for the past 10 years. Let's just for that sake. Is there any time where, is there anything that you can provide to families that say, regardless of all of these things happen, they're not extenuating circumstances, but they do contribute to the safe environment of the school? Is there learning going on?
As of today?
Yeah.
There
Maybe not at Teason, but is there learning happening in the classroom?
Absolutely. There's a lot of great things going on across the Department of Education. Unfortunately, Teason and Simon Sanchez right now is in this, in going through this phase where they're out of the campus. But definitely a lot of learning going on across the Department of Education. Are things perfect? Absolutely not. Can we do better? Absolutely not. I think for me, being a freshman senator and kind of learning to navigate politics, especially through the budget session, and I will say, especially over the last 3-4 months, with education and looking at a lot with the we'll call the recent issues with Simon Sanchez and Teason High School and Southern High School too, I think, that we really need to. I asked Dr. Wanpat and her team 2 weeks ago that by the time we have the oversight, that they need to come down to the legislature with really their punch list of here, because we've never seen that. I asked Dr. Nahalawa at the time and Dr. Swanson at the time, what are all the issues across the department in maintenance? What does that number look like in regards to costs, so that we could have a long-term plan and address these, right? And prioritize it on these are the public health issues that need to be addressed. Here are the things that could be on like an annual funding, funding requirement, and here are some little things that be nice to fix. Like we need that, and then the legislature and we must commit to addressing all of that, because right now it really is just here's a fire over here, come and put it out. We're working on this fire and then something else, and that has we've always been reactive rather than being proactive, and so we need to take a proactive approach. You need to paint the picture for the legislature, and the legislature needs to commit to doing that, and we need to be honest whether or not we're going to, I think, at this point. And I'd rather walk away from this job because I can't get the support, or others don't think it's and it's just never going to go anywhere, than to continue to come in here and talk about doing this, because I just can't. I can't come back next year and say the same thing, like, oh, we're waiting for the department to tell us how much it's going to cost, and then it's like, tell us this week what it's going to cost, and we need to find a way. And I've told Senator Duenas and the rest of my colleagues is we need to this is important.
This is a once and for
when
all
DRT shuts down, not that it's not important.
Yeah.
It's wait, DRT shut down, they're going to look for another place.
Yeah.
It's not that easy for a school, when the school is shut down, for easy to just say, oh, we're going to go find them another place. Even if we could go find them another place, kind of like how SIFA's trying to find another place. But
SIFA, the homeless school.
Well, you see what I'm saying, though? It's like we have to keep these schools going. It has to be a priority. Yeah. I even told, I haven't talked to Therese, but even Tony, I said, if you become governor, I'm telling you that this has to be a priority. I'm not saying that if they're saying it's going to cost $500 million, that we need $500 million in the next fiscal year. What I'm saying is that there has to be a commitment to address these things slowly. If it's a public health thing, a public health requirement that we need to address, based on the law that the legislature passed, we have to fix that. It has to be addressed. We can't just expect the teachers to figure it out, or the administrators to figure it out, and then we're just sitting in our in our desk on the 5th floor at DNA building, hoping that it goes away. We need to stop doing that, and that's a commitment that.
Well, this is the thing about American education, that it's always in a state of doing something to repair itself. I'm sure our schools, we all both know that there are schools, inner city schools, and schools with a smaller student population in a like economy that just can't make it happen. These are schools that don't even have a name on their school to honor somebody. So there's a pride in whoever is representing, whose namesake is on your school building. They have places like public school number 161. There's nothing less personal than to go, here pretty much all of our schools are named, and it's a namesake of someone. Mm-hmm. So there's a little more pride in the fact that you're saying, I don't even know what it looks like for the Simon Sanchez family, because it was named after Doc Sanchez, for them to say Simon Sanchez sucks. Well, maybe people think that because of GPA, but the point is that there are names established that are associated with this learning experience. I don't know. I mean, I guess the question would then be, is there a public-private partnership that needs to happen?
That is another discussion, proposal, not a proposal, but an idea that I was, telling Dr. Wampat. I know GPA at the beginning, when she first came in, gave her a proposal, but it was kind of one of those, like, we'll take care of your maintenance, but you pay for everything. They were going to kind of be like project managers, is what she said, so she didn't like the proposal, and so she didn't entertain it. But I said there has to be, I think DOE needs to get out of the business of being responsible for maintenance. That's not their forte, right? You have, even look at, the Dr. Ujoy Heap, who's doing, who has come in, and a lot of the stuff that she's doing is trying to set up an automated system to be able to track the maintenance. But they shouldn't be in the business of trying to.
That takes up so much of your day.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. That's what they've been consumed with for the last three weeks, or probably since the summer. We're trying to get schools reopened. But that is another proposal which is going to require legislation, which I'm fully in support of. Or give it back to DPW.
Just the whole thing.
Yeah, give maintenance. They just put in a work order, and then DPW comes in. The governor wasn't. She said she had spoken to the governor about it. Mm-hmm. I'm not gonna, but she said the governor wasn't, at least from what I heard, wasn't open to. Wasn't open to.
Well, they're trying to handle roads. They've already got problems dealing with the roads. I mean, I don't know. I mean, but a public-private partnership might be the way.
Oh yeah, absolutely. with a good contract, because we don't want to.
Yeah, right. With a
we
good
don't want to be
contract.
where we're at today.
How's it looking for you on the campaign? We're not running, right? We're just tell me
No,
not to
ma'am.
run. Okay.
No, ma'am. We're good.
Or get under the desk or whatever you're supposed to do. What as far as your campaign goes, you are an education committee chairperson, but that's not your only forte. There are clearly other interests than you have than being, we're going to talk to Vince Borja about all of the horrible things that are happening in education. That almost doesn't even lend to a good reputation either, right? If the schools are failing, that's
Absolutely. And even yesterday, my team was like, "Are we going to go wave?" I'm like, "I can't go and wave right now. Not while students are not in school."
Yeah.
In fact, they were like, "Yeah, we'll wave in Barragata." I'm like, "That's the worst." Yeah, we're trying to. So, not that my campaign is on hold. I think the focus right now, all the work right now, is really working closely or staying in touch with GDOE in regards to this situation with Sanchez and Teason. Southern High is next on our list. The other thing, too, is the guest schools. They're about to end their contract. The lease back ends this year. So their maintenance is going to come over. So we went to Okuru last week just to kind of to check in and see how the school is, because GDOE is about to inherit the maintenance program there. And so there's some issues there, mainly with the ACs at Okuru. So that's one of the things that we're paying close attention to, because that will become a problem, because that's an indoor school.
Yeah.
The ACs go out.
Yeah, there's no windows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
And so in that vein, where's all this $10 million going to that every year DOE has are you appropriating the money? Is it in the coffers or
for Teason?
For maintenance?
No,
for
so this
DOE.
so it's in the coffers and it's set aside, so they can only use it for maintenance. In fact, this year we increased it to $15 million. So we added an additional $5 million on top of the and that's for the next fiscal year. So coming up I think, and again, I told Senator Duenas, we have to, I think every penny available to that becomes excess, that is available. We need to. But we need to come up after they give us their proposal or their punch list of all the different maintenance issues across the department. The legislature, we need to come up with a plan, and we need to be very public about it, because it shouldn't be a surprise if they say, hey, we need $300 million over the next 10 years to fix all these things, and we can't commit to doing that. Then it's our fault, because they're saying, here are the problems. In order for us to address it, we need this much money, and.
But that will be a reflection on you, though.
Absolutely.
Okay. But you again,
and again, the job is to be reasonable, I think, and it has to be a priority. I feel like we just can't continue. Not that I feel we just can't. We can't. Then we're just. It's the status quo. We're just doing the same thing again. Putting a fire out and then waiting for another fire, and then we want to jump in and act like heroes, and I don't think that's
and I think that people actually read right through that too. Yeah, I
agree.
Okay, well, what's next for you? You're not going to campaign. You need to campaign. You can't just assume it, right?
Well, we need to get Teason and Sanchez back into school.
Okay.
I think. I feel like we need to stabilize the maintenance effort at the Department of Education. I know that even their maintenance teams, and they're over. Not that they've been working day and night through weekends over the last, I would probably say, 4 months, which is to get the schools ready. And so even now, we need to get maintenance stabilized. I told Dr. Wampe, which is why we asked the military for help, because I know even right now with the resources, even if they had an additional $10 million today, the Department of Education does not have the people to come in and to address all the issues in the Department of Education. They need help. They need the community's assistance in at least getting caught up. Get them caught up. That's what I mean by stabilize. Stabilize the maintenance effort, the maintenance work at the Department of Education. Give them some time off. I think the maintenance team is really going to need they probably have a lot of excess leave. They're probably part of that group, because they've also lost a lot of people because of just the work that's there. And so we need to stabilize
with
that.
the military help. How does that work into the whole budget situation? If they're coming in to help, that's their expense.
The manpower, yes. Of course, there's some things materials and stuff. And according to the governor, and even our DPW was at that meeting too, and so they're going to come in and support as well. The governor has committed to working with GDOE for the Southern High project, especially because
That's interesting. I mean, what would the interest of the military be other than, a sort of humanitarian mission?
yeah,
Is
just
that
the
it?
community
Oh,
partnership
okay,
aspect.
because
yeah.
it is in their area,
Yes, yes,
your neighbors.
yes,
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, they consider the Navy. They consider Southern High a sister school.
Okay, all right, good to know. Well, thanks a lot for coming in.
Appreciate it.
I appreciate the fact that you worked. He said I worked in a 4-mile run. I'm like, I worked in a 15-mile walk. I mean, that was just the most I could do in my time. And you just answered the call to come in, so I appreciate that.
Appreciate it,
changing
of
your
course.
schedule.
Thank you.
The oversight hearing is coming up on Wednesday,
Yes.
and who's going to be in it? Is it going to be the board, or is it going to be Judy Wombat?
Well, so it's a continuation of the
Right.
the board and Judy.
Okay.
It's not gonna be an all-day thing because
Yeah.
it's a long list of stuff. So we'll
Yeah.
probably take it a topic at a time. The focus obviously is just the reopening of schools. Will allow
For the next fiscal year? I mean, for the next school year?
Yeah, and then I
Yeah.
think really to ask for that too, and I told him is the maintenance. We need you to put on the record what it is what
Yeah.
you need immediate support from the legislature for in order to address all these different things.
Well, this would be time. This would be the time to come to the meeting or at least make that list. Because if you're saying, we're in budget considerations in 6 or 7 months from now.
Absolutely.
We really need to know what it is we have to put a price tag on. Yeah. Well, I appreciate this. Thanks again, Senator,
Of
for
course.
coming all the way
Thank
up.
you,
Appreciate
Patty.
it.
Thank you, Guam.
It's my
Thank you, guys.
pleasure. It's 7:53. We'll go ahead and take our break here. We'll be right back.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Need a truck that works as hard as you do? Then head to Triple J Ford's Big Deals on Big Wheels sales event. For a limited time, score prices below dealer cost and drive home America's best-selling truck for 49 years. The legendary Ford F-150 starting at just $39,995. Choose from the rugged XL, stylish STX, or well-equipped XLT. All backed by the strength, capability, and innovation only Ford delivers. But don't wait. All stock must go. Visit Triple J Ford in Upper Tumon or get pre-approved and shop online at triplejguam.com. Triple J Ford, customers first.
Calling all seniors, there's nothing like Silver Savings Tuesday at Agana Shopping Center. If you're 55 and better, Tuesdays are made just for you. All senior citizens can now enjoy special discounts and deals every Tuesday at Vitamin World, SM Island, Miniso, Capricciosa, Taco Bell, Robbins Planters, Cinnabon, Subway, and of course, Ross Dress for Less. Great food, smart savings, and island favorites all in one place and all for seniors. Silver Savings Tuesdays only at Agana Shopping Center.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs, to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Tourism, it's our #1 industry. As Guam's largest employer, tourism supports more than 50,000 jobs. In fact, 1 out of every 5 jobs is tourism related. Annually, tourism generates over $163 million in tax revenue. Without it, every household would pay an additional $3,700 per year. From real estate to retail, tourism has a positive impact on every industry, helping make Guam a better place to live, work, and visit. Support tourism. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau, celebrating over 55 years of tourism.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems. We address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity. We impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwooderfoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
I can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early-stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burned. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
KGUM-FM, Dedido, the talk of Guam. This is Wave 105.1 FM, a Glimpses media radio station.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Hoffaday, Guam. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Mornings with Patti on the Wave 105 FM. And the show this morning is being brought to you by our friends at Subway, where you can eat fresh in just a few clicks. Order online at subwaypacific.com for pickup at your convenience or for delivery right at your doorstep. Online ordering at subwaypacific.com. It's powered by Good To Go. We deliver at Subway. You gotta refresh to be fresh. Bank Pacific, where others place branches, we place roots. Visit bankpacific.com today. GTA, we start with you. Mobile gas stations turning every fuel stop into rewards with Mobile Smiles. Download the app today for exclusive offers and faster rewards at the pump. That's Mobile Smiles. Fuel up and save. Take Care Insurance Company, Our Island, Your Health Plan. It is big deals on big wheels at Triple J Ford. Save thousands off retail and drive home a new Ford F-150. It's starting at just $39,995. Visit Triple J Ford today. Customers first. Shop, dine, and relax at the Agana Shopping Center, your destination for food, fun, and local favorites all year long. Patch, tinting, and detailing for all your special interior cleaning. Call 483-7522. Code 1 Store is your tactical shop for public safety and everyday gear, serving Guam since 1999. Shop 511 Tactical and Condor Outdoor Plus Steel Toe Footwear. Stop by Code 1 Store today. And Chili's Grill and Bar. At Chili's, more live, great food, and memories happen here. Good morning, Guam, and welcome back. It's Mornings with Patti right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Good morning, Guam. Hoffaday, everyone. Let's do some traffic for you right now. We're going to hit the streets of Guam, and it's all being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule a test drive by calling 478-AUTO. Or if you'd like to take a look at our inventory, you may also visit our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. Construction activities will continue this morning, kicking off at 9 a.m. until the 4 o'clock hour along Route 16. Contractor crews will be working along the sidewalk by the northern entrance to the Ben Inyans building throughout this week. Access at this area will be limited to entrance only. Exiting vehicles and pedestrians will be directed to the southern gate. Again, that's going to be at 9 a.m. this morning, and that will be along Route 16. It's going to be the sidewalk beside Ben in Yans. Additional delays in traffic will be along Route 1 this morning. It looks like we got some ongoing construction with our contractor crews. They're going to be working at various locations along Route 1 between Juan Jacinto heading around Anderson Air Force Base, installing pavement markings as well as the markers. So motorists, we are going to kindly ask all of the motorists to please expect some traffic delays. Plan your travel time accordingly. Use alternate routes. Follow the posted detour signs. Reduce your speed and comply with the posted speed limits when you are passing through the work zone. Do remain alert for uneven pavement surfaces as well as temporary steel plates. For our friends on the northern end of the island, we're looking at Route 1 this morning in Gigo. Traffic is light, moving nicely. Route 3 traffic is moving just as great, as well as our friends along Route 28. Machechi Road traffic is light. Great job. Upper Tumon as well as Lower Tumon. No delays there. It is beginning to pick up for our friends coming around to Mooning this morning. That's going to be around the ITC intersection. Getting around Bank Pacific as well as Jack in the Box into Mooning. You will find some north and southbound traffic there. Around Hagåtña this morning, up and around the Agana Shopping Center, or getting around the Superior Court of Guam. It looks like you may find some wait time there, as well as our friends along Route 8. That's going to be the Mongmong to Mighty area. Let's keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving, and we should all have ourselves a safe Monday morning. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Stay sharp, stay curious, stay connected. Wave 105, the talk of Guam. Glimpses Media.
Ooh. 105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Start your morning with confidence right here on Mornings with Patti.
Who's that? Oh wait, that's me. Reflections so on fleek. I'm it, that's all I need. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Top check, I'm good, I'm golden. I got that groove unfolding. Hot beat so smooth, I'm rolling. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I got no stress.
Sunshine in my pocket. Captured a lot of that this morning. A beautiful, beautiful day was shaping up. A gorgeous weekend. We just had plenty of time for people to do maintenance. Oh, there's that word. Dr. Judy Wampat joins us on the line this morning. Hi, Dr. Wampat. How are you this morning?
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm fine, thank you.
Okay. Well, I'm assuming that you were listening in on the conversation with the Senator Vince.
I wasn't able to catch everything because I had to go up to the office because I'm having a meeting with the principals this morning, the high school principals. So, but maybe you can fill me in some of the things that were said and maybe a question you have for me. But I just wanted to give you a brief update. The last time when we spoke, I told you that Cortec had sent a list of things that needed to be done, and these are where they're stating rather that, it's not in their responsibilities, but that, they will fix it, but at a cost. And so we were waiting to get a price quote, and to this day we have not received it. But I realized that, there is this urgency to get our children back into school. I know my original goal was 5 days. It has turned into 10. And so I had to make the hard decision to go ahead and tell them to proceed because I can't have this continue on. We were assured, my deputy was assured by Mr. Ho that, yes, they were going to use the fair market, pricing. And he had also told Mr. Kim is to try to give us, whatever the lowest price in terms of doing these repairs. So that's where we're going. And I know that, yes, the senators have indicated that because I do have those lapses, to use those to pay. But at the same time, we had already set up a spend plan, and we've made some adjustment whenever, we find out that there are other debts that have to be paid. So we can definitely, yes, go into that, but it's going to end up doing other things again, is that further deferred maintenance or not being able to make some payments to some of the vendors. So, and that's what we don't want to do. One of the largest amount for that I wanted, that we had reserved was for ADA. So that takes a large chunk of money, and I don't want, to put that on the site as well. So the guys, because I gave them the go to go ahead and work, they sent again on Saturday about over 100, workers. And so they're continuing on with that list to make all the repairs. So, but we didn't get anything over the weekend. Hopefully today my deputy would have more detailed breakdown of what was completed and what's still ongoing.
That also can't be something that could be done by DPW, the assistants?
No, because you see, one of the things, remember I told you, is that what we were doing was trying to determine whose responsibility it is to do all this work. And based on the meetings that we had and our attorneys also with their attorneys, is that this is what we found out, that we didn't even know that whatever their responsibility, that they rather are the sole person or individuals responsible for any maintenance of the school, and that whatever is out of that they consider, an additional, or whether it's abuse or misuse, then they would do the repairs and charge us for the labor, the materials, and the 15% overhead cost. So it turns out that it's definitely the worst contract I've ever seen. And then one of the things I told our legal counsel to make sure that, yes, once we get all this done and the children are back into school, that we need to sit down now and try to renegotiate or have some modification in this contract, because the government is on the short end of the stick. That also, would mean the same thing for, any future problems that we would, maintenance problems that we would have at TGen, because that building, it was definitely built, after the war as a military barracks compared to the other schools that we have there that maybe built after that time. And, and as you know, one indicator of that to show the age of that building is the toilets, when they're not flushing down, but flushing up and to the side of the wall. So,
yeah. Well, okay. So given that you've got the sort of the labor force that's already in place, they've already started to work. How soon are we talking about being completed?
Well, at least when Mr. Kim first discussed this with my deputy, he said that they could do it in a matter of 3 to 4 days with a number of people. So that's what I want confirmation then today, whether that still stands.
Oh, okay. So what would be your estimate? That would be this week. I mean,
if not this Thursday or Friday, then most definitely I'd like to get them back in on Monday.
Okay. So 1 week from now. Yeah.
Yes. And the other thing too is that, and because I'm sure everyone on the island has seen petitions going around, everybody protests and all that, I just want to reassure everyone is that when I met with the school principals last week, it was to address certain issues, meaning look at a different format in terms of how we're going to, run the school, not just the two schools, but really to address the teacher vacancies, the shortage of the one-to-one aides, and, of course, busing. And overall, every one of those will lead to, of course, a lawsuit. So
that's happening.
What we're trying to avert.
That's happening at the board meeting. That's today. Okay, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
And so just to reassure everyone is that I am only giving a report on the options that the principals came up with. Now, the principals also set a priority in terms of what they feel would be the least disruptive, but whether it really addressed those three issues is another matter in itself. But the board is not taking any decision tonight. And everybody's fear is the redistricting. They're not. It's not on the agenda.
Yeah, okay. I think that Damon had to put out a release also assuring that that's not going to be a conversation. Dr. Wampat, thank you so much for, we'll check in with you and see if Monday of next week is still the target.
I'll call you again this week to give you further updates
I appreciate that.
Progress.
This is a good time for that. Appreciate that. That's Senator, also Dr. Judy Wampat, Superintendent of Education. I'm going to rush over to the other line with Elizabeth Barrett Anderson joining us on the line this morning. She is the chairperson on the compensation. It's a victims' compensation compensation injuries fund. So this is something that was established on Guam, actually under her tenure as the Attorney General, and she now leads the commission. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Patty. Good morning. Thank you for taking the call, and thank you for letting me know some of the discussion that's going on.
Oh, absolutely. So Criminal Injuries Compensation Commission is what you're heading, and it is the commission that determines the amount that a person is eligible for in funding. I wanted to talk to you about this because of the bill that was introduced. It seems like an easy one to support. Senator Telo Taitikui's Bill 324, addressing something that doesn't really neatly fit into bureaucratic deadlines, and that is taking into consideration trauma by these victims. She wants to, yeah. So, what do you understand about the bill and extending the time frame for which these claims can be made?
Okay, well, a little background and history of the commission. It's been in existence for over 35 years, but was never institutionalized until 10 years ago. So we're still in our infancy when, in fact, across the nation, compensation commissions for victims of crime have been in existence for 30 to 40 years. So Guam is kind of behind the 8 ball on that one. So we've been in operation for 10 years. I became chair in 2021, and my effort has been to stabilize and solidify the commission that has been functioning within the Office of the Attorney General for administrative purposes. So I like to call it incubating. The commission has been incubating with the assistance of attorneys general, starting with myself, with Levin, and now with Doug Moylan. And as we, in our infancy, and 10 years doesn't sound like infancy, but it's quite infant in considering other states and territories and their programs. Every day that we look at applications that come in from victims of crime, and we have 28 listed violent crimes. So if you are a victim of any one of those 28 violent crimes, then you are eligible with some restrictions to apply to the Compensation Commission. By law, we maximize medical claims at $20,000, and then miscellaneous claims at $10,000, such as if your loved one was murdered or killed in a DWI accident, we can pay for or reimburse you for funeral expenses. So in the 5 years that I've been chair, Senator Tello has been very, very supportive of legislation that we've needed to update our statute. Our statute was taken from Hawaii. So the legislature at the time the statute was enacted in 1986 said, why invent the wheel? Let's just follow whatever Hawaii has enacted. Well, it came across a situation of the statute of limitations. You have 18 months from the crime, the date of the crime, to file for compensation for medical, funeral, or miscellaneous as a victim of crime. Our program has yet to reach out to the community as we should, only because we've been trying to stabilize its administrative arm. Anyway, on the bill, which we asked the kind senator to sponsor and her co-sponsors as well, and she got it through within 60 days, which was a miracle, if you'll know, with the Guam legislature.
Yeah.
Oftentimes, there are victims who just find out about our program too late, victims who are too consumed with their grief and sorrow to think about filing a claim. That's maybe the last thing they're thinking about. And so I asked the National Association of Crime Victims Boards and Commissions about their statute of limitations. Various states have different periods within which you have to file. It's all over, the place. But I was told that many, many, many states, 85% of the states, have a good cause exception. Because if you don't meet that statute of limitations, which on Guam is 18 months, you are dead in the stream. You file the day after, sorry. You file 30 days after, we're more sorry.
Wow.
So the statute of limitations is a legal impediment. And in my 5 years, I have seen the impediment. And so the commission said, well, to find out that 85% of the states have exceptions for good cause, and so does Hawaii, and we follow Hawaii statute, we thought, well, let's put in a good cause for us. And Senator Taitagui also put some definition of what is good cause. You're not able to get the documentation on time. If you're a victim of rape, you don't want to be on Guam anymore, so you leave. You come back home because it's, your family's here, and you're still traumatized by the circumstances of the crime. There are so many good causes, and it is subjective. But the commission felt it was so important to have that flexibility for victims of crime here. So it's not a guarantee, but at least you can argue to the commission, I missed the 18 months by 1 day, and tell us why. One glaring example was a victim missed the 18 months not through any fault of her own, but she was mistakenly advised by someone in the law enforcement community when she should file, and that person gave her the wrong information. So the system, the criminal justice system, gave her the wrong information. And so this statute would allow the commission to say, all right, it's not your fault. The criminal justice system gave you the wrong information. That is good cause. So yeah, the bill is going to benefit victims of crime tremendously, but 18 months is a long period of time that I can understand grief, trauma, fear that victims go through. That 18 months goes by in the blink of an eye, and if you're like me, Patti, I used to say to my husband, "Oh yeah, didn't we do that just 6 months ago?" Come to find out, oh, was that 2 years ago? Really? Time flies so fast.
Yeah, I mean, central to her good cause reasoning, and it, just like this is, it's somebody who's been in the hospital or even incapacitated because of their injuries, and she also brings up somebody would be terrified of some kind of retaliation or even mostly psychologically overwhelmed. I guess that's what trauma is. So there's some really good excuses why somebody would miss that deadline. It's just to relive that by having to file a claim is could be devastating on a person. So I mean, like I said, this sounds like one of the easiest bills to support of the ones that they just passed out that they're considering for vote. So I'm wondering, though, in the case, I'm understanding that there are some insurance problems because a person who's been injured, like, for example, by a drunk driver or at the fault of a driver, and he has no insurance. I don't know if we have a no-fault insurance here or if we have insurance for people who are underinsured. But typically, I'm understanding that it becomes a little bit of a challenge to convince insurance companies to accept claims to offer support to these criminals. That some of these are, offer support to these victims.
Victims.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because it's not covered in the policy that they have, or they didn't pay for it in a policy that compensates passengers or people who fall at the hands of the driver.
You know, Patti, being on the commission and with the other commissioners for the last 5 years, we have seen very sad, traumatic drunk driving cases. And what we have noticed in the work that we do on the commission is that the insurance companies are, there are a lot of denials. Victims will come in with auto accident cases, and the hospital indicates on their billing statement, denial. You know, denial is not a river in Egypt. It seems to be the first line when you have to deal with insurance companies is they will deny. You can always go back to them and say, explain why is it denied, because you need to find out. But we've noticed more and more denials. I am not a insurance law expert. I do know that we, on Guam, we have mandatory auto insurance requirements. There is such thing called third-party liability, which means, and the limitations are $20,000 per person or $50,000 altogether for all persons aggregate. So, Patti, if I hit you and I'm a drunk driver, then my insurance company, based on the mandatory third-party liability, is responsible for the victim's medical injuries, etc. The victim, who is a policyholder, their insurance, or his or her insurance, will automatically deny based on third-party liability, which means you go after the drunk driver.
You can't claim it on your own insurance policy.
Yeah, and I scratch my head and I'm going, oh, okay, why? Now, we have to understand third-party liability insurance here, and I'm not quite aware whether the drunk driver's insurance is also denying or is accepting liability. The commission is just looking into this. It's not the commission's job to change the insurance industry on Guam. Our responsibility is to compensate the victim as the payer of last resort. We're not the first resort. So first you have your insurance, then you have Medicare, then you have Medicaid, then you might have the insurance companies or other sources of recovery. But the commission is the last payer of resort, or last resort payer. Payer of last resort, I'm sorry.
Oh, so if all of the claims of insurance, either the victim's insurance or the driver's insurance, are denied, is when the commission has to pick up the compensation.
Yes.
Oh, dang.
What the commissioners are curious about is if both insurance companies, the drunk driver is denying it, and then the victim's own carrier is denying it. I don't quite understand what's going on there, because I asked the National Association once more, I said, how does this working out across the nation? And interestingly enough, the executive director said, we don't understand what's going on Guam, what's happening on Guam. Many states have no-fault insurance, no-fault auto insurance, and maybe that's a big factor.
Yeah.
As I said, I'm not a insurance law expert. I do understand no fault. I don't know if Guam is no fault.
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. But what about underinsurance? Some policies you have to pay an underinsured. Me as a victim, my policy says that I have to take out. I don't know if that's required. The policy has an underinsured provision in it that I'm paying into that policy in case the driver is not insured or doesn't have enough insurance, that I'm paying for compensation for myself on a premium that I am responsible for.
And so, Patti, in your situation, God forbid anything should happen to you in terms of a drunk driving accident, and the drunk driver has absolutely no insurance, then your insurance company should not say denial. There should be coverage.
It should be.
And if you're and as a victim of crime, once the investigation has gone through, and the commission understands from the police report or the traffic report that drunk driving was involved, then we can compensate up to $20,000 over and above your policy.
But at the same time,
go ahead.
I'm sorry. At the same time, it also affects my premiums in the next insurance year. They will naturally go up because I made the claim. So I tell you, it's not good for me in a lot of ways. Just being the victim of a crime.
You never want to be that, Patti.
No, you don't. You certainly don't. But you also, if you've got injuries that does not allow you to continue working, then you're counting every penny that can come in. Well,
yeah. What Guam has to look at, and I think the legislature, the judiciary of Guam, and the Attorney General's office, prosecutor's office, as well as Guam Police Department, have done a marvelous job on reducing drunk driving by 3 or 4 things, and they are: 1, the drinking age up to 21; 2, the closing of bars at 2 o'clock. As a former judge, that's been like number 1 in my mind.
Yeah.
3rd is the Guam Police Department's book and confine, not release, book and confine on a drunk driving. And number 4, the judiciary's drunk driving DWI court that grabs a hold of that drunk driver and within the first 60 days gets that person into a treatment program, responsible for the drunk driving, and not coming back a year later to answer to the drunk driving arrest that they had 1 year ago. And by the way, they might have been back on the street and injuring more than that one innocent party victim a year ago. So if Guam continues with that firm commitment to getting tough on drunk driving, then we're going to do good. But Patti, it seems from my position as the chairman on the Criminal Injuries Compensation Commission that drunk driving seems to be the most common claim that we are getting in, and I'm scratching my head. I've been out of the system for quite a while, since I retired 8 years ago, but the number 1 claim we seem to get in is primarily the drunk driving claims.
Mm. Wow.
It's sad. And so, when we get the hospital bills from the number 1 type of claim we're getting in, what do we see on those claims? Denial. I mean, accounts for the hospitals. The insurance companies are denying, and I'm not quite sure which side is it. Is it the drunk driver, or is it the victim of crime? I don't have the answer, Patty. Thank you for bringing the issue up. I think as a commissioner, we want to encourage the Guam legislature, the insurance commissioner, and the insurance industry to inform their customers. You are very well informed, Patty. You're probably more informed than I was.
That's hard to do.
But,
Your Honor.
Oh, Patty. But I think we all, your listening audience, we all need to go to our insurance company, because we don't get into our car to go shopping and then to, want to experience someone hitting us in an accident who's a drunk driver. And then find out when you're in the hospital and then you're released, you get a bill from the hospital of $100-some thousand that your insurance company indicates, because of exclusions or other reasons, is unable to pay that kind of a claim.
Yeah. And you've been a faithful customer paying your premiums. And I think the part that bothers me is if it has to come to that before I go to the compensation commission, that my premiums would be increased for the following year. That's just the way insurance works, right? That I would also be doubly punished for my injuries by paying an additional premium to insure my car or to insure myself. And that's the part where they're going to get you, that they're just going to get you. But I know you're not, the commission would not be in the business of trying to redo, the insurance policies in Guam, but
Correct.
It would be instrumental in, and maybe Teletypically would be something that would be the person to, because she's got this bill, to piggyback on other kinds of, legislation that might help, the problems with insurance claims being denied as a result of injuries.
I don't think victims of crime should have to face denial of coverage as a policyholder simply because they are not a well-informed policyholder. They haven't read their policy. And sometimes I think there are victims who, even when their claim is denied by their insurance company, they don't pursue the other party, the party of the first part. If you want me to talk legally. Party of the first part, insurance companies. And they'll come to the commission, and we're only able to go to a certain amount. And the answer is not to increase the amount that the Compensation Commission can offer, because the Compensation Commission is not funded by the general fund. It has a fund that is paid by defendants in the various different violent crimes. We have 28 violent crimes that you can apply as a victim of crime, and when a defendant pays the fine in that particular case, that money goes from the Superior Court of Guam into the Criminal Injuries Compensation Fund, and pays out on that. So it's been very interesting, having been Attorney General, to get the commission functional after 30 years. I often have said to you, and I'll say it once again, if I had not been a lawyer, I would have been an architect. But, I find myself as an architect of law, and I knew how to institutionalize and to get the commission functional as an independent commission, all the nuts and bolts of, putting a commission together. And as I said, I've been chair since 2021. The legislature has been supportive on bills that have strengthened the structure and the infrastructure of the commission. And it's always a new day. Something new comes in. What I agree with you, though, Patty, it is not my intent nor the intent of any of the commissioners to go after the insurance industry and to change the insurance industry on Guam. But if there's an awakening from the senators and lawmakers to review this type of insurance industry in relation to crime victims, I'm all supportive of that.
I appreciate this too very much. It's nice to talk to you, and I remember when you brought this fund to Guam as in your time as the attorney. It's like one of the final acts, I think, if I'm not mistaken, of your administration to be able to get this and. Okay, sorry about that. I'm just choking on myself. Anyway, I'm glad that it's been in operation and that you have been able to compensate.
Is that a sneeze? Bless you.
No, it's not. It's just a weird cough. But anyway, I'm glad that this is. I'm glad. And if there's anything else I can do in this line to bring up any other topics that need maybe to be addressed by this legislature, at least publicly, the microphones are always open to you as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Patty. I appreciate it. Thanks for letting me know that you wanted to talk a little bit about this issue.
I'm always interested in this. I was here and interviewing you when you first brought it in, and so being able to catch up with it years later is absolutely an honor. Thanks so much for the time. I look forward to seeing you again soon.
And I love how you've coined me Eba. I just totally love it.
I know. I want to make sure that it's not. I've always told you it's not irreverent at all. It means nothing. But I can't be saying your name in full. It's just too long.
It's interesting when I'm out shopping. The number one that people recognize me, they'll say senator, not so much judge or attorney general. But I'm just waiting for the day that somebody yells across, the Kmart shopping aisle, Eba. Believe me, I'll turn. I will turn. If you said EBA, I will turn immediately.
That's so funny.
Eba, I'm not quite sure, but I'll try.
You'll recognize it when it happens. Thank you so much for talking.
You're welcome, Patty.
Soon. It's my pleasure to talk to you.
Okay, you have a good week, please.
You
okay,
as well.
and your listeners too. Bye bye.
Thank you so much. That's Elizabeth. I called her Eba because it takes too long to call her Elizabeth Barrett Anderson every time I want to say her name. And I'm such a huge fan of hers, not only during the time that she was a senator, but during her time as the Attorney General. She was very effective in this case and the case of the closure of the Ordot dump. The history goes very far back with her, as well as obviously this commission that compensates victims for their injuries caused by others. 8:43 now. We're going to that's okay. We're going to catch up with Senator Will Parkinson. We'll be right back.
Without weighing you down. Subway wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway, eat fresh, feel good.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
All right, folks, let's go ahead and take care of your last look at your traffic report. It is being brought to you by Guam Auto Spot, where you could schedule that test drive by calling 478-AUTO, or you can also check out our inventory on our website. All you got to do is head to GuamAutospot.com. All right, folks, let's see what we got. 8 o'clock rush hour is in effect on the streets of Guam, and we got north as well as southbound traffic. That's going to be coming around the Micronesia Mall this morning, so just a heads up. It looks like traffic is light getting around that Kmart intersection, as well as folks coming around Donkey this morning. ITC intersection is finally clearing up. However, no justice is being served coming around that Barragata Tri intersection. That's going to be around Crown Bakery, 76 Circle K, as well as the fire station, so you can expect some wait time over on that end. Manila traffic has wound down, as well as our folks getting around Chalampago and Ordot this morning. Let's continue to keep our eyes on the roads. Make sure you're not texting and driving. And remember, everyone, seatbelts are sexy. Let's get our seatbelts fastened and our kids in the proper boostering car seats. It's your traffic report right here on the Wave 105 FM, and it's all being brought to you by our friends at Guam Auto Spot.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home, which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam photo hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. No services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
Where Guam talks, debates, and stays informed. Wave 105, the talk of Guam.
Monday is the start of all of my dreams. Always Tuesday when we park and I lose everything. Wednesday was lost, it's the middle of the road. Tuesday so busy, I had chores to really unfold. But when the weekend comes along, I'm gonna make some time.
8:47 now. We're just skirting by this weekend. Not skirting, we're actually in it. In the flow is what we're doing, and we're going to welcome into the conversation Senator Will Parkinson joins us on the line. Morning there. How are you?
Good morning and half a day. How are you today?
Man, I'm fine, but it just feels like I haven't talked to you in forever. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm chugging right along, trying to do good work, raising a family, trying to get reelected, so it's the season.
Trying to test the season to get reelected. I like that. Well, you've championed a bunch of causes. Most recently, the bill, the Natural Death Certification Modernization Act. That you introduced in May, I think. You've had concerns just recently about, a number of things, but most recently about GPA. We were all, the victims of load shedding. And I think you want to get to the bottom of it. I tried with Simon the other day, and he was absolutely not happy with the criticism. He welcomes it, obviously, but he said the public was pretty harsh on GPA, considering a lot of what they're doing, is out of their control. And I think you want to find out who's actually in the control. What's your plan? You're going to have an oversight hearing?
Well, I am not currently the oversight chair of GPA. The thing that I've been doing is just been asking questions of GPA. I think a lot of people don't realize this, but Guam is currently operating under a federal electrical emergency declaration right now. GPA told the Department of Energy that we have a generation capacity crisis. They basically said that at peak, Guam can need up to 234 megawatts, but available generation had fallen to only 170 to 192 megawatts. So that's a shortage of about 40 to 64 megawatts, and that's why we have been seeing load shedding. The situation has become serious enough that on August 4th, the Secretary of Energy invoked emergency authority under Section 202C of the Federal Power Act, allowing additional operation of specified UCADU units, including temporary relief involving emission limitations, just to protect grid reliability. And so now we have to look at what is coming. Guam has multiple data centers because we sit at the crossroads of 12 submarine cable systems connecting Asia, Oceania, and the United States. GT operates 3 of them. Its third facility has about 4 megawatts of power capacity alone. Now, another 50,000-foot data center is planned near Tengisin. Its electrical demand has not been publicly disclosed, but even if it were just the size of the existing GTA data centers, 4 megawatts would be already a significant strain on the grid that's already short on megawatts. Then we got the military buildup. GPA has projected that total military load could approach 100 additional megawatts by 2033. So I am not holding an oversight because I don't have the power to do an oversight, but I am writing GPA to ask some questions.
Okay.
Are these new loads already included in GPA's forecast? How much electricity would these data centers actually require? Where will the additional generation come from? What updates and upgrades will be necessary, and who pays for them? And how do we make sure residential ratepayers are not left paying higher rates while facing more outages? And so that's kind of where we're at now. But I kind of pinpointed that we're having generation problems, and I got questions about, well, we got all these other projects coming in the future. What's the plan?
I thought that there was a plan for the increased military consumption, and that there had been, that was always part of the conversation about the military buildup, is how to increase power consumption. I'm sorry, power generation. And I was under the influence of Simon Sanchez, who says that was always part of the plan for the grid, is that that we would have the capacity based on Ukuru.
Yeah, well, I think that's where a lot of the criticism that Mr. Sanchez is not liking is coming from. Is, when this power plant was sold to the people of Guam, it was sold to be, this is going to solve all of our problems, no problem with the military buildup, no problem with any new industries, we can handle it all. This thing is going to take us into the future. And in the future, here we are. The thing has been up less than a year. We're already experiencing load shedding. And I understand, that there have been some inclement weather events, but they got to understand, too, that they promised the moon with these power systems, and we're here in the dark looking at the moon.
You're absolutely right, and it almost feels like you're anti-GPA by bringing something like that up. I've said to Simon, and I've said this many times, that we have tried our absolute best to celebrate these landmark successes that they've had to increase generation, and for all of this time that we've had conversations about this with Sinlaku and then Super Typhoon Bavi. What he generally explains about power is that we don't have a generation problem, we have a distribution problem. He said that in several interviews in the past 6 months that have led me to believe that we're sitting, just on underground power possibilities that's going to cost us in the billions to do. So the thing about there being a generation issue is now a new part of the conversation that I've been assured in the past 6 months was not going to be an issue. And so now...
Yeah, I was assured the same thing, but I am looking at a emergency declaration from the Department of Energy that says otherwise, And so we can celebrate and spin it all we want on one hand, but on the net of it, we are looking for help from the federal government. We're looking for relief. We have emergency declarations because the reality is not living up to the marketing.
So how are you wanting, if they're saying already that this is an issue that is kind of out of the control because it's the supplier of this power is waiting for a part, and then he actually compared it to buying a new car, which is a lemon maybe not a lemon, but buying a new car and then you have problems with it because you're just sort of breaking it in, that less than a year after they've opened up Ukuru, that we're having problems with Ukuru. And he chalks that up to buying a new plant that needs to run in order to find out where their shortages are. we're talking about power generation. We're not talking about a car whose transmission might need a little extra work, or the windshield wipers. There's a reason why there's a lemon law, right?
And that's something you typically find in used cars that you buy, not new cars that you buy. We expect our new stuff to come off the lot working properly. And so, for me, I don't care about like the political spin of this, whether it's not doing good or bad. The net, the reality is we are experiencing load shedding. People don't know why, when we were promised up and down that this was going to fix all of our problems, and in less than a year we are experiencing load shedding again. And so, and if we're experiencing load shedding now, I have questions about how are we able to sustain a bunch of these future projects that are coming onto our infrastructure, projects that we know are coming now, not that are hypotheticals, but we know are going to be coming to this island. The military buildup, the additional data centers, and so I'm not making any declaration out of the way. I'm just asking questions because I don't know the answers to them. And I hope that GPA does. And I don't have the power of an oversight, so if I did, I would absolutely call an oversight and ask these questions in a public forum.
Who has oversight? Who has oversight power? Sorry to interrupt. Who has oversight now?
I believe it is Senator Jesse Lujan.
Okay. Is that something that he would be interested, or is that not crossed his threshold yet?
I think he's kind of in the middle of a holy jihad with GVB right now, so I'm not sure where his energies are. But my energy is, with the, I don't care about the palace intrigue on who they want to put in for the next GVB person or how they want to reconsolidate that. For me, I care about the material conditions of the working people of Guam, and people are ending up on the dark on a regular basis, and we need to know why. And that would be my priority.
Well,
I would sure hope it was his.
I guess we'll see now that we've called him out. We'll see what happens. I appreciate that. Senator, it's always good to talk to you. It's been a while. I do see a lot of your ads, and I see that you're on the campaign trail. Is this a tough one for you, this, coming back into the legislature? There's a lot of competition everywhere. I don't know what number you placed in the primary election.
I'm number 5 on the ballot, and I hope with the help of the people of Guam, I'll be number 5 in your hearts, top 5 in your hearts. Okay. But the campaign trail is it's tough. You can never take any race for granted. Once you start, that's when your work starts to slip. That's when your commitment starts to slip. And for me, I'm taking every election as if this is the first time I'm ever running, and this is the first time people are hearing of me. And I can't rest on any of my laurels. We got to keep working. Got to keep looking towards the future, improving our island.
Well, it's almost
we're taking steps back. That's the problem for me. We're taking steps back. I'm back in the 90s again. With the load shedding.
Well, yeah, you're not alone on that. But how is it by fundraising? I've noticed in the past year even in the past 6 months, if not 3 months, that it's been a little bit skimpy on the whole advertising in these markets. And I'm not sure, if there's any media that's getting any more than others. But we have certainly noticed a big change, and it isn't because no one's spending money as much as it is they're finding that social media has become effective and free.
Well, not just free. Even if you pay for social media, it's like cost effective. You could spend $1,000 on social media and have like 1 million people view your ad. And I mean, it's really tough for local businesses to compete with that. I mean, you got to look at social media as kind of like the Walmart that comes into town and pushes all the small businesses out. That's kind of the threat that social media faces to radio and broadcast and newspaper, is it's just so cost effective that I'm not surprised that people are making the rational decision to put their eggs in that basket. But not only that, I will tell you there is a marked difficulty in people's ability to fundraise because of this cost of living crisis. We live and die by the $20 fundraiser, and it's harder to get people to come to those because people are having to skimp more and more in their life. They're having to pay more for food, for gas, for rent. That it really gets to be hard to donate, and I understand that completely. It's hard for the candidates and it's hard for the supporters too. Sometimes supporters want to support but can't. And that's an underrated part of this cost of living crisis that we're going through right now, that it affects everything. It affects everything. It even affects the ability of people to get elected to positions to fix some of these problems, because you need money to push that message. You need social media, you need radio, you need mailers, you need all these things, and all these things cost money. And we're currently going through a K-shaped economy right now, where if you're in the working class, things are getting more expensive and you're getting paid less, or your wages are stagnating. Where at the very top, you are seeing record corporate profits, everywhere. Businesses in the Mariana's Business Journal are saying that they're doing better than ever, a lot of them are better than before COVID. And must be nice. I hope that's something that we can be able to get for the entire island, because prosperity should not be gated by class. It should be shared by all.
I appreciate this. Thanks so much. That was free advertising for you, and I'm so happy to be able to catch up with you on the campaign.
Absolutely.
I actually asked the question, so thank you so much for the answer, and we'll look forward to what these answers will be from GPA. I hope you'll let us know when that happens.
Absolutely. When I hear it, you'll hear it as well. Thank you, Patti.
I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. Senator Will Parkinson. It is time for us to go ahead and hit that top of the hour stuff that you need to know on a Monday morning. We are KGUM-FM and Dedido Guam.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
At GTA, there's no fine print favorites, no new customers only, no almost everyone, because everyone gets our best deal. Right now, sign up for any unlimited plan and get up to $400 off a premium smartphone. Yep, same deal, same savings. No hoops, no hassle. Switch, upgrade, or start fresh. No matter how you join, you win. Come into GTA today, because the best deal, it's for everyone. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Many of our U.S. veterans and service members face challenges: mental health struggles, housing obstacles, employment, food insecurity, and social isolation, to name just a few. I'm Bob Woodruff. My family and I started the Bob Woodruff Foundation in 2006 after I sustained a life-threatening injury while reporting from Iraq. Our service members had my back that day, and we need to have theirs now more than ever. At the Bob Woodruff Foundation, we raise awareness about the tough challenges veterans and military families face, and invest in solutions to help support them in the next chapter of their lives. And with one solution comes the next. We solve a housing situation, we increase employment opportunities. We solve employment problems, we address food insecurity. We solve food insecurity, we impact physical and mental health issues. Learn more about our work at bobwoodrufffoundation.org/success.
My name is Emma. I am 13 years old. 6 years ago, I was injured in a car accident that left me paralyzed from the waist down. Once I completed rehab, my mom applied for a canine companion service dog. Last January, I finally got to meet my service dog, Marcia. We quickly developed a very strong bond. Together, we go to my horseback riding lessons, school band practice, swim meets, and archery classes. Together, we pick vegetables, and we like to cut flowers. I love Marcia. She makes me feel like together we can do anything. I can't imagine life without her. She's a part of the family. We are just one of the thousands of teams Canine Companions has paired together over the past 50 years. With your help, we can continue for another 50. Visit canine.org to see the many ways you can change lives.
can tell that we are gonna be friends.
Do you hear that? And that? And that? Those are the sounds of a healthy and vibrant community. And to this United Way volunteer, nothing sounds better. They're the sounds of children being given greater chances to succeed in school. The sounds of neighbors receiving the support needed to overcome challenges, both big and small. They're the sounds of families gaining access to quality health care and nutritious food for their tables. And they're the sounds of members of our community who've benefited from United Way's financial education programs. See, wherever there's a need in our communities, there's a United Way. People working together to respond and growing the good for everyone. United is the way. So join us by getting involved or giving back. Learn more at unitedway.org.
Every 16 seconds, an American receives a cancer diagnosis, and every minute of every day, another person loses their life to cancer. That's why Stand Up to Cancer has set a bold goal to make early stage detection an essential part of standard of care for all cancers. So often, if cancer is detected early, the chance of long-term survival is 90%. So if we all support cancer research, more than 2 million lives can be saved in the next decade. So join the mission and help save lives today at standuptocancer.org.
Real talent is defined by what people can do, not where they learn to do it. So by stopping at the education section of a resume, you might throw away the perfect hire. Skills First Hiring helps you see talent others miss, like more than 70 million stars, skilled through alternative routes. Let their story unfold and gain a competitive advantage, because hiring managers who start with skills are 60% more likely to find a successful hire. Hire skills first. Learn why at tearthepaperceiling.org. Brought to you by Opportunity at Work and the Ad Council.
To kids, summer isn't just time off. It's time spent building confidence and curiosity. But when school meals pause, millions of kids lose access to the food they count on during the school year. As a neighbor-led network, Feeding America is deeply rooted in every community, ensuring summer meals continue nourishing growth and potential. Your support puts healthy food within reach, fueling the future for kids and their families. Give now at feedingamerica.org/summerhunger.
My name is Erica, and my son Kason is a patient at Shriners Children. My oldest called me and said Kason got burnt. The trauma doctor came in and said he needs to go to Shriners.
His injury was a big injury, and I think a testament to the care that we provide. He's fully functional. He's riding his dirt bike, doing all of the things that you would want him to do.
We're just so thankful that Kason is still here. Go online right now to loveshriners.org.
We're tuning into the truly unconventional today to discover how a piece of military technology became a legendary Hollywood sound effect. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 24th.
Tuning your radio to celebrate International Strange Music Day introduces you to the theremin, the ghostly, hands-free instrument famous for scoring classic science fiction films. However, this haunting device wasn't actually engineered for art. In 1920, a young Soviet physicist named Lev Theremin accidentally stumbled upon the musical phenomenon while developing high-frequency proximity sensors for the Russian government. While researching gas density measurements, he noticed that moving his hands near the electromagnetic fields of his laboratory equipment dynamically altered the pitch of the radio frequencies. Recognizing the artistic potential, Theremin added a secondary volume hoop, transforming a classified piece of surveillance tech into the world's very first electronic musical instrument.
And if you've ever watched a science fiction movie, you know what it sounds like.
Yep, it's spooky.
It is that.
Terrible. Terrible. Look it up, everybody. Theremin.
We're also celebrating National Waffle Iron Day and National Peach Pie Day. I'm Alice Anderson.
And I'm Marlo Anderson with National Day Calendar, reminding you to celebrate every day.
If you're looking for world-class website hosting at a fair price, Pair Networks is your best choice. Founded in the early days of the web and still going strong today, Pair Networks now hosts over 150,000 websites for its demanding customers worldwide. Setting the standards for excellence, Pair Networks has a technical and support staff that's second to none. a highly stable company with top-of-the-line technology, Pair Networks offers total reliability and flexibility for your website, and even a money-back guarantee. Whether you're a professional web designer or a beginner just getting your site online, Pair Networks has a web hosting plan that's right for you. Make the move today. Log on and learn more at pair.com. That's PAIR.com. Pair Networks, world-class web hosting at a fair price. Visit us at pair.com. Pair Networks.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Feeling high, time to smoke a lime. Mirror says, woo, gonna do some harm. I'm the one, yeah, I bring the charm. Step aside, let a real one through. Thunder in my walk, lightning in my shoes. Just to watch, baby, I'm the view.
105.1 The Wave is the talk of Guam. Keep that good vibe going right here on Mornings with Patti.
Watch me do it like, I do it like, I do it like, yeah. Watch me do it like.
Watch me, 12 minutes after 9 o'clock in the morning. Welcome to the program, and welcome to the two Amandas. That's what I just called you downstairs. I said I have two Amandas are coming in from Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce and to expect you. So Amanda Alag, yes. and this is Amanda Young, both of them from the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce. Hello.
Good morning.
And
Happy day.
it's your committee. The chamber is broken into committees. What is it? The government committee? Or
That's correct. Yeah. Government committee. We also have Eileen Cruz that's sitting with us.
Oh yeah,
as one of our chairs. Yeah. So it's all A's. So it's the A team.
Yeah. Is there any other team? Really, is there? But I had an opportunity to meet you ladies last week. Thank you for that. I appreciate that. There is a debate that's coming up on Saturday.
Yep, this Saturday.
At the Hyatt. It'll be one of the first after the primary, so this is good. Getting in there soon.
Yes.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. So there's a number of interests that the Guam Women's Chamber wants to hear from these potential leaders. This is both a gubernatorial debate and it is a congressional debate. And at last we understood there might be some scheduling conflicts for Delegate James Moreland. So has he formally just sort of declined coming because he's at work?
Oh, he provided a nice formal letter explaining that his duties in Congress unfortunately conflict with the schedule that we have for the debate. So he did inform us officially that he cannot attend.
All right. So Alicia Limtiaka will be the only, there's not even a debate. It's now a conversation.
Yes.
Yeah. And then the gubernatorial debate will be between the two teams, and both teams will be there, of Therese Terlahi and Doniana, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Great. Well, I mean, you got yourself a debate. Now it's just the questions.
Yes.
When we were last week, when we were talking about what it means, what you want them to understand, you broke it up into different categories where these are areas of interest. And I'm assuming women's health issues definitely take front and center for obvious reasons. But you're also a group of women who are also in business, so that makes huge sense that a lot of the questions will be centered around the economy and centered around business.
Mm-hmm. Right, yeah. The workforce.
The workforce.
The workforce, things that would impact women in the community, things that have to do with family, pretty much anything that revolves around what women operate on a day-to-day, whether that's business, that's the home, that's the household, everything that would encompass that. And of course, your well-being. So Those questions are broken up into different categories based on a scorecard that will make it easier for, scoring right then and there during the debate.
Yeah, that's an opportunity for them to electronically be able to you're sort of taking a poll on how well the questions were answered or if they were answered.
Yes.
And then just the quality of their appearance there. This is just a poll that's being taken for members only, right? So that's not
anyone attending.
Anyone
It's
attending.
for those that
Okay.
are
Whoever's
attending.
participating. Got it. Okay. And they'll be able to see in real time how the audience is receiving these answers. But that's not necessarily going to the candidates themselves. It's just, will they want to know, do you think?
I think they would.
I think they would want to know.
I
Yeah,
definitely
I
think
would
they
definitely want to know.
But we also want to give some benefit and exclusivity to being a member of the Women's Chamber. So it'll be members first who will see that result and have access to it before we make it public.
There's probably nothing that could be worse than standing up and voting. I mean, campaigning for office and all of the answers you're getting are like, didn't answer the question.
Yeah, right.
You run the risk of that. In debates, they're not easy to do because a lot of times it is the candidate who comes out, and the idea for them is to campaign what they are, what is on their platform. And sometimes it can be, if they're not poised necessarily in debates, for example, it makes it a little bit harder for them to stay focused on an answer, which is, I guess, my job is to hopefully focus in on the answer. Are there any questions? I mean, there are some, as far as women's reproductive health, that's kind of a no-brainer. We've been fighting this battle for many, many years anyway. It makes it harder with the Roe v. Wade not being in place anymore, but it does make a difference that we still have an abortion law that is in place. I mean, we don't have an abortion law. That abortion is illegal in this community. However, we don't have any. We don't have the specialty on Guam. They've all. If you want to have one or you need any sort of assistance, you have to go somewhere else. And that makes it a difficult question for lawmakers or potential elected leaders to be able to focus on something that doesn't even happen here.
Right.
I think. And it's not just with abortion, it's in other medical specialties. We lack that. So the island itself lacks that.
Yeah.
We travel outside just to get those type of special,
You hear that a
or
lot.
Or even standard. I mean, we travel outside just to get some standard testing, right?
Just for physicals even, if you're wanting something with a little bit more emphasis on one area for your physical, you might have to go to the Philippines or where people are going to Korea now to do that. I think I even saw something about going to Taiwan for having some. So, access is definitely more probably where the questions would go. And Amanda's doing an awesome job really making sure that the questions are poised in a way where it's going to reveal strategy more than just, whether they're going to just answer a question flat out, but maybe reveal how much they understand, how they're going to hit the ground running once they're in office.
Right. So it's what is your plan and how are you going to execute that plan?
I think the plan that you're talking about to execute, because even it's not, because there isn't, we have access issues, especially when it just comes to abortion. We have access issues. We have access on reproductive health. That's always an issue. But if it's not under their control to bring in these specialties, then you want to be able to understand what they can do while they're in office. If they do get into office, what strategy they have to bring in these specialties without, I mean, there has to be some sort of policy that is in place to concentrate on that. Do you think that in the conversations you've had with these candidates, because this is the second time you've done this, right?
Yes, we had the forum.
Yeah, that the answers are any more clearer because it's gender-based, or that there is an equal sort of understanding by both parties, and male and female. We got Therese Terlahi and Sabrina Perez, and then we've got Tony Atta and E.J. Calvo. The concept and understanding, is it equal play?
It has to be equal play, yeah.
And that's where we found in the forum there was questions answered, but in a very vague way. So the debate provides the opportunity of going back to what they've said previously, because those were recorded, that we can then, dig deeper into that question and maybe even plug a quote they've even said and, can you explain, your meaning behind this even more? So that's where it's great to have a forum where you can then allow a candidate to share more, or maybe even, put out their platform. But then you go with the debate, and that's where you can ask those deeper questions and more very specifically, because you have something to work with from the forum.
The other very centric topics would be workplace environment. When GWCC, I was here when GWCC was first established, and the original board members, it was a big part of the mission statement, was always seeking equal pay, which we've all seen I just want to know how much a difference there has been since GWCC has been established, and that's become one of their major tenets today, to fast forward to 2026, whether or not there is actually equity, or is there still a lot of work to do?
I think there's always still a lot of work to do. Physically, you can see that there are more women in places of influence when it comes to the pay gap, changing that. Whether those numbers have changed drastically, that would be something to really look at and research, going through the statistics with a GDOL, and maybe even some of the statistics between, the national pay rate and how close we're getting to that. We don't have those kind of numbers, but you can see physically that there are a lot more women, should I say, in powerful places that can create the influence to make those changes since its establishment.
Yeah. In regards to abortion, I think in the forum they shared a lot about supporting family programs, right? So I would see it as, is this a gender issue, or is this a bigger issue in society of making medical choices accessible, that choice to do something or to not do something. So I think it's better for them to bring it up and be really clear where they stand, so that we can give our vote of confidence when it comes to something like that as women who are making decisions in our households, and we are influential in our households too. So yeah. And then in regards to workforce, I think that the Women's Chamber has done an amazing job in making a way for women to get into leadership, to executive positions, to have a louder voice. And those are the rooms that we need to be in. And I think that as women, we're so powerful with what we can do, the multitask, the skills that we have naturally too is amazing, and it should be emphasized and encouraged in their workforce, including, being empathetic and passionate in what we do, and really just focusing on the mission and what the mission is, and just doing that.
We have to remember that this doesn't, like you said, this isn't just people who are in business or running companies or are employed by, government or something. These are women who are also at home, whose primary job is to raise children. And these are decisions that are made in the families on who gets to stay home and who gets to go to work outside the home, right? How much does this government impact the women in that trade of being, household, managers, if you will?
Yeah. They're the administrator of, should I say, their own estates, their own legacies. And
it's a living estate, because you're dealing every day with a fluid economy. You're dealing every day with childcare, with nutrition, with all of these things. How much does the government, how much and how can the government improve that for the stay-at-home mom?
Well, I think maybe programs in a big part, understanding that is work, that does contribute to the household, and what that does actually to save money for a lot of areas. And if there were looking into resources for women who are stay-at-home, whether that's maybe having a household stipend for being able to balance certain things out. It could be, just looking at that as seeing it is work. It is work, and it is contributing to society. It is a big part of, if you think about what really Social Security is, the money we put in from our work, from what gets pulled out, isn't money that we use. That is the next generation who's using it. So if you're thinking of the future generation, a mom who has children who will then be successful one day because of the foundation that she's creating for her household, is contributing a future leader or worker who will then also contribute, who then passes down a portion of what their Social Security contribution goes to the generation above them, because it's not their own money that they're using when they get to the point of Social Security. So if you're thinking about it, if you're someone who doesn't have children, somebody else's children is funding your Social Security. So wouldn't you want the future to have a really good start? Wouldn't you want a mom to be able to take care of the people that are going to be taking care of you one day, whether that's monetarily, whether that's somebody putting a needle in your arm? These are people who are going to be taking care of each other one day. And don't we want the person who's doing that, standing that foundation, to be someone who has all the resources they can to do the good work?
There was a conversation. That's a very good answer, by the way. I was saying, should you run? But
she's so passionate about Social Security too, with the SSI.
Oh, for a lot of things, yeah.
Well, I mean,
that conversation has been on the floor for so long.
You know,
we're only as good as the person who represents us in Congress over SSI.
Yeah.
And I know in your own personal situation, SSI would catapult you into an entirely different household income bracket just
so
because.
Much, you know, I fought really hard to get Medicaid to cover continuous glucose monitors and not consider them luxury devices. Because in situations for certain individuals, especially type 1 diabetics, you know, they go low in their sleep, and a CGM can it'll alarm an alert of a low incoming, not when it's already happening, when it's starting to happen.
When it's starting to drop.
Yeah, when it's starting to drop. And I can personally attest to having to have advanced life support be on scene because of my daughter going low to the point where she's seizuring in her sleep. And, you know, people think that having your blood sugar high all the time is the dangerous part, but it's the low. It's the low out of nowhere. And if that happens in your sleep and you cannot feel it, you could walk into a room not finding your person there anymore.
Yeah, it's.
So, I mean, the SSI would have covered situations for people with disabilities, and whether people realize this or not, diabetes, not just type 1, is a disability because it is limiting one major life functioning item in your life. So that would be your endocrine system. So, you know, that's something your body isn't doing on its own anymore. You're having to do it. So that does count as a disability. A lot of people don't know that. But in the case for type 1, you know, and people with disabilities, when you're not getting the access from other programs, that takes care of it. It supplements that. That's why it uses those words. It's not meant for something that's to take over not having other resources. It's meant to create equity. These things create equity. You know, when I say equity, it's not about having things be where, if we were doing everything where stuff was dispersed equally, you'd still be creating disproportionate things, right? But if you're seeing that someone struggles a little more in this area and you provide a little bit of this, then you know, create the balance there. And that's where equality comes from, is when we first look at equity. And SSI would do that. And not only that, it would bring in another source of revenue without it depleting other resources we have when it comes to other programs.
And that, I mean, that is the issue in this government, that a lot of people overlook the fact that childcare, for example, is a function of a family. If you don't have childcare, of society, absolutely. If you have to give up your job because you can't afford to send your child to daycare,
and that can be so expensive right now.
Ridiculous.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely
sometimes
ridiculous.
More than a mortgage.
Well,
if you have more than one.
Well, because it's a system that's generated supply and demand. They're following exactly what you do. There's a need for it to jack up the price because nobody has a choice. So most recently, and this is why I asked about how elected leaders will influence what happens in a regular household on a day-to-day basis on their lifestyle. We had to haggle over this budget the past couple of weeks on child care subsidies that were not being offered by the federal government. And that was, a couple $1 million that was needed for $7 million that was needed for public health to continue to run these subsidies for parents to be able to do this. And if that had not been done, then you would have found somebody in that family had to quit a job.
Yeah. And then we would have been worse off than what we
because
been
then
trying to
now
do.
you've fallen off the cliff, and now you're demanding more public welfare services than you were than if they had just provided the money. But there was haggling over it. It was dismissed in the budget, and then it had to come back on a substitute bill or an entire replacement bill because they did not account for it. And
which is surprising to me to not think like that's going to affect a lot of things when it comes to the workforce, when it comes to everything, services in a lot of places. If then there's going to be a lot of people who are going to end up resigning or having to, to be home to take care of their family.
And that the people that you're talking about are generally women that will have to be, and that's where the inequity comes from, is what I was asking about the basic tenets of the Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce in their mission statement. Who would be of the two? Let's just say it's an average family, mommy, daddy, and 2.4 kids, right? So maybe 2.5. But then you've got this situation. Who is most likely to not go to work? It would be the woman because she makes less.
The reality here.
The reality is that she makes less and she's more dispensable. You know what I mean? Yeah. So
she would do great in the house and in the office.
If you know,
let's put her version that we're like,
and if you know, you know. If you know, you know. And a lot of us know that women have the ability to do all of these things at one time, and not. Generally, men don't, and that's not me bashing men because that's not what that's not what we do. No, that's not what we do.
The point is to create that insight and the awareness about, hey, do you see the bigger picture here? Do you really see what's happening? Yeah.
There are other, possibilities in the line of questioning. The questions will not be submitted in advance. So because they've been there before, then they probably have an idea.
They've been serving the island of Guam for years.
Yeah.
So.
And then the questions might have been follow up to what was already asked of them, right? So it's really not.
Pay attention to what it was you said in the
Go
last
back and
one.
look at the tape. Yeah. And
check your notes.
And so who's invited? Is it just members or the members of the public, or how does that go?
Oh, it's
debate.
Yeah, it's invited to the members and to the public.
Okay.
And we have different rates for students, for veterans, for first responders. Teachers are included as first responders, as well as member pricing and non-member pricing. And we have really good prices for table or what we call team tables. So, yeah. So, but it's invite to the public.
Okay.
Yeah.
Have you heard of a thing called girl grip?
Girl
grip? You know what I'm talking about, guys?
Wait.
Okay, so girl grip is this.
Should I be afraid?
No, actually, what they're actually
excited,
doing
I don't know.
is they're putting to test what we already do. So girl grip is something that's happening on TikTok or social media right now, where you women do this all the time. The original was a video of a woman. When we get out of the car after a long day, we don't want to go back to the car.
Oh, is that the take everything with you? I'm not taking another trip. I'm notorious for that.
Me too. I can carry groceries and I can carry my purse and I can carry, my dry cleaner or whatever. But sometimes they did this with women and women. They did, and this one lady did it to her daughter, who was like 13 years old, and she did it to her son, who was like, how old was he? This kid was like 15 or something like that. So I'm going to try this with you. I just don't have enough products. Dice, what do you want to bring to the table here? Let's go with your
Okay.
water. Well, let's go with the Dasani.
I know, there
Should
you
I
go.
pull
There
some
you
things
go.
out of
So
my
you guys
purse?
are gonna have to, yeah. So you guys are gonna have to.
Are we thinking essential here?
Yeah.
Or?
Well, whatever you need, you need every.
Wow.
Somebody has to have a tampon.
Okay.
So somebody's got to have a tampon. Okay. So
Mine's.
It has to
Mine's
come
a-
to the table.
What
We're
is that?
A
women.
portable diva cup that's in a tin.
no way.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, wow.
I want to open it, but I'm
Collapses.
afraid. Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay.
What? That's cute. Sorry, I'm being nosy back here. That's kind of cute.
Can I open it?
Wow, that's kind of cool.
Don't open it. Yeah, never mind. It's too private.
I was like, what else? I have a bunch of stuff too. My
That's
bag.
really interesting. Okay, so this is the only thing you have, Amanda, in your
No, I
purse?
got a
Oh,
bunch
I
of
mean,
things. I really,
okay,
truly
so
do.
this is what you don't want to go back to the car for. Or these are things that are on your kitchen table that you need that has to go, but you don't have enough room, so you've got to be able to carry that.
I just put it in everywhere that I need it to be.
Yeah.
You know, I need it at work. I gotta stack
So
it away.
I'll give you. This is the break because you can hook your finger if that's. What do you have an entire? Amanda.
She is on a mission.
Seriously, okay, ask Amanda this. Even if I'm in a I'm about to prep an event.
Okay.
I will play music to get myself in
I'm
the
with
zone.
you. I would carry this if I had
And
room.
whenever I'm just chilling, if I know I'm gonna hang out at the beach for a little
Two phones.
Because I love
Two
music.
phones,
Music-
girl. You got a life going. Okay, is this enough girl stuff?
I think so.
Okay, so this is the girl grab.
My other bag.
Oh, okay. Well, can't imagine there's anything more
Because
that's.
I actually carry the U.S. Constitution in a pamphlet with me all the time.
Good Lord.
Wow.
Who
You should
are
run for
right
office,
now?
I swear.
Wait.
She carries the Constitution.
Tabasco. All right. There are three things on this list that seem that you could rely on all the time. These three for sure. These are different. Okay, so here's the. Is there a way to turn that camera around to what we have here? All right. So Amanda, you can start first.
Okay, what am I?
You're
which
You're
Amanda?
grabbing.
Are we starting?
Oh, sorry, Amanda Young.
Okay.
So you have to grab all of these things in one swoop.
In one
You're going to carry it. So it's the girl grab. It's the ultimate grab. So you have to figure out a way that you're going to get out of your house.
This is so fun.
And you don't have a bag. I was going to say you could. I
wouldn't. Yeah.
She's standing up, so this is a serious demonstration.
Serious. It's gotten real. I mean, you had me at the speaker.
I know
and the
what she's
shot
doing.
glass, so
I know what she's doing. And
I'm still at the shot glass, but let's go. Or the cup. I'm sorry. It's the
I will.
cup.
Okay, so she's got this. She's
All right, let's go, girl.
all right.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah. I'm with you on that.
Or it would be something
Yeah.
like
I would.
this, right?
Yeah. There you go. That's you got the idea.
Okay.
You got the idea.
Stop it.
She's got three phones. She's got a bag of Tabasco. She's got a tampon. There's a Tide. There's a lipstick. There's a pen.
That's the.
That's
that right
smart.
there.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
There you
she's
go.
a parent. She's definitely a parent.
She's definitely a parent. And then she's got eye drops and then the personal thing.
You gotta do the keys. Let's
Well
make
done.
sure it's.
Well done. Okay, Amanda.
Okay.
Amanda, you have to.
I'm not wearing a jacket. I love jackets. I like
Well,
big
the
pockets.
thing is that I'll give you a hint. You have a bra on.
That's pretty cool to see.
Yeah, but I don't like the feeling of things.
Oh, girl,
like,
I have whipped my phone out at Payless to get to my money, just because I don't want to carry my purse. All right, go.
Okay.
Amanda's got the next. This is grip.
But it is also a choice, right? What bringing it on. I'm not going to bring everything.
No, you have to bring everything. That's the
I was
rule.
gonna say,
This
like,
is
I got
everything.
that in my car.
Okay.
I would always just kind of go like this.
Okay. You and I have just now given each other's contacts because we put our phones on top of each other.
Yeah. They just share.
Yeah, we just sharing.
Yeah, they paired.
Oh, look at her. Okay.
Pockets. You always have to have pockets, ladies. Dresses with skirts, pockets. You don't have pockets put on.
This is an easy game for you guys. This is easy.
That's crazy.
That's easy. All right.
Wow.
Ta-da! Yeah.
Okay.
Well done. And then that's how. Yeah. Well done. Well done.
Underarm grab.
The girl grab, I think, is one of the coolest things. Don't underestimate the power of the women who've got all 10 fingers and both their hands working. Ladies, I appreciate this. The debate is happening.
Like a good team building.
Yeah. Use it at one of the meetings. I don't need that ever again.
I'll take that.
Okay, so we're gonna see you.
Maybe one that's not actually used.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I didn't even know what you meant, and when you said open it, and I was like, no, don't do that. You were like, don't do that.
No, don't do that.
So the meeting, this is coming up on Saturday. It's pretty much a good Saturday afternoon, starting at 12. And then and for members, like you could stay until like 5, but the thing will end at 4, about
The
4
program will
o'clock.
end at 4,
Yeah,
yes,
okay. And so it'll start off with we'll start off with a congressional, I guess we're going to change it to conversation.
Yeah.
Because it'll
Congressional
basically be Alicia Limtiaco with questions that have been posed by Guam Women's Club and Guam Women's Chamber of Commerce.
Oh, but that's also a good organization.
Yeah,
as well.
absolutely. And then the debate between the two teams will happen later on after the break, and that will be a little bit longer considering there are more subjects to discuss with 4 different people. So that's fantastic.
Man, I feel like an hour is just not enough when you're doing the questions.
It goes by really fast.
A lot of questions.
And then some of these questions are
Can't
so
wait for the
deep.
dialogue.
Yeah, yeah. Some of these questions are so deep, but they will have already, especially after having won the primary, will have a real clear view of what their administration is supposed to look like in come January, and that's what one of the ways they'll be judged on that. Yeah. Well, thanks, ladies. It's always good to talk to you.
Something?
Sure, please.
So, there were 57,000 registered voters on the island, and only 22 casted their vote. So that's why we have opened, we're encouraging those to come with the $20 for students, for veterans, for first responders. That's our nurses, our teachers, to come and check out what the Women's Chamber do, what we do, and how we are encouraging one another to step up, to make our voice loud, so that our lives and our livelihoods are sustained and we can, reach our goals that we want.
Yeah.
It says women in
join us.
Women's business, and a lot of things, but the Women's Chamber is a big part of where the conversation happens and influencing things that are in government, are in business. You don't have to necessarily be in it yourself, but if you want to be part of the conversations that happen at the tables that make what you do, better, then be a part of it. Be a part of
We
that.
are the workforce.
Yeah.
We are the workforce.
We are now in the workforce, ladies.
There are 4 of us in this workforce at the moment, and we like our positions. Thanks again, you guys, for coming
Thank you
so
for
early
having
in the
us,
morning.
Patti.
It's my pleasure. We'll see you on Saturday. This is at the Hyatt Regency. Get there, I would say a little bit before 11. Before 12.
Yeah.
Sorry, not 11. Come up a little bit before 12. Get situated, sort of introduce yourself, or just sort of have a moment to mingle and get to know people who are in the room. That's always great for the, networking is, but just really to check out other women.
Yeah.
And we do have refreshments.
Like a face to a name, you know?
Yeah, that's
Face
true.
to a
Put a face to a name. Yeah.
And we do have refreshments. So
Okay.
there's some, tapas and some refreshments. So
Okay.
Yeah, we got some kids coming, so we
Yeah.
gotta also.
Oh, you
keep
gotta
them
feed them.
entertained.
And
We
also,
talk.
yeah. Also,
we yap. They gotta keep them entertained.
Yeah, exactly. Thanks. All right, we'll see you on Saturday. Thanks so
Okay,
much.
thank you.
Now it's 9:42. Take a quick break here. Be right back. Girl, grab.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any footlong a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Haggadah, get ready. The all-new Cost You Less Haggadah is celebrating its grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Join us Friday, Saturday, and Sunday for family fun, free giveaways, live entertainment, and incredible grand opening celebrations. Experience a fresh new way to shop with more savings, more value, and more what Guam families need every day. Don't miss the Cost You Less Haggadah grand opening weekend, August 28th through the 30th. Follow us on Facebook or Instagram for details.
Anything's possible. I push to the limits. I climb every wall. I keep on believing. Anything's possible.
If there's one thing we've learned, it's never to underestimate the spirit and strength of the people of our island home. Which is why at Bank of Hawaii, you, your dreams, and your possibilities will always have a home. Reach your possible with Bank of Hawaii. Member FDIC.
Explore, snap, and share for a chance to win a round-trip ticket to Taiwan. Join the Guam Photo Hunt and visit iconic landmarks and hidden gems island-wide. The more locations you photograph, the more chances you have to win exciting prizes. Learn more and submit to win online at visitguam.com/photo hunt. Terms and conditions apply. Explore, snap, and rediscover Guam. Brought to you by the Guam Visitors Bureau.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
Introducing the all-new Subway Wraps. Now you can make any foot-long a wrap. Light, delicious, and satisfying without weighing you down. Subway Wraps make fueling your day easier than ever with bold flavors and fresh ingredients. Try the cheesy garlic steak wrap today. Subway. Eat fresh, feel good.
Always here to help you. This island is our home. Through the years, we've been a friend to the neighbors we have known. Now we're banking on the future. More services to choose. Bank Pacific, where others put branches, we place roots.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Ever dreamed of being on the radio? Now's your chance. Glimpses of Guam is looking for the next generation of on-air personalities to join our family on Wave 105. If you've got personality, creativity, and a passion for entertaining, we want to hear from you. No matter your experience level, this could be your opportunity to be heard across the airwaves. Send your resume and a short demo to jobs@glimpsesofguam.com and start your broadcasting journey today. Join the Glimpses of Guam radio team. Your voice belongs on the air on Wave 105.
At GTA, there's no fine print favorites, no new customers only, no almost everyone, because everyone gets our best deal. Right now, sign up for any unlimited plan and get up to $400 off a premium smartphone. Yep, same deal, same savings. No hoops, no hassle. Switch, upgrade, or start fresh. No matter how you join, you win. Come into GTA today, because the best deal, it's for everyone. Terms and conditions apply. GTA, we start with you.
Our critically injured veterans and first responders are left behind every day because of inadequate wheelchairs. That's why Wheelchairs for Warriors is on a mission to serve America's heroes across the nation and provide them with custom-fit wheelchairs tailored to fit their needs to ensure they're rejoining their lives at the highest level of independent mobility and function possible. From lightweight daily use chairs or adaptive sports chairs to all-terrain wheelchairs to get these warriors outdoors. Wheelchairs for Warriors serves those who've served us. To join their mission, visit their website at wheelchairsforwarriors.org.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the show hosts, guests, and callers, and do not necessarily reflect the views of the staff or management of Wave 105.1 FM, Glimpses Media, or our partners. We strive to provide quality, respectful, and engaging content, and we welcome you to participate in the conversation. Thank you for tuning in to Wave 105.1 FM. Enjoy the show.
Here we are, just coming up on the end of the show this morning. Lots to talk about, many things that are happening with all sorts of people that we've talked to this morning, starting off with Robert Celestial and the bill that was now has a name, so it has an identification for RICA. The biggest problem that they're having over there is wondering whether or not the CNMI has signed on. And the last thing we got was that Kimberly Hines, Delegate Kimberly King Hines, wanted the Department of Energy to do a study to determine if fallout was considered in the area of fallout from nuclear testing and Bikini Island, and whether or not they would be entitled to this kind of compensation. They're already included in the bill. So there's a little bit, I don't know if it's a disconnect or a miscommunication. Maybe that's not what she's doing. But Robert Celestial says, I've reached out to let her know it's already been established legally that the CNMI is included in this. And there wouldn't be necessarily required for a study to be done, considering what had already been done as late as 1990 in the 1990s, when this bill, the RECA, was already established through President Bush. And so I think that, there might be either some sort of miscommunication or that there is something additional that the Delegate Hines is wanting to search before all of this bill is heard. But CNMI is definitely included, so we'll see what that looks like. We also had Senator Vince Borja in the studio with us. He's having a oversight hearing on Department of Education. Another one in long line of in the agendas for the Department of Education. When you say I'm having an oversight, you don't know whether that's going to be a financial oversight, it's going to be a maintenance oversight. But I think that the crux of this oversight hearing would be to get some kind of information from the Department of Education on what's on the wish list. What do we need to provide the necessary funding for these schools to open on a timely basis, to be regularly inspected, and for us to fix the things that need to be fixed. And he wants them to come in with the list, and that they can then figure out what that figure is and appropriate the funding. He says the failures of the Department of Education aren't necessarily only of its superintendent or the board or the staff and administrators of these schools, that it's also a legislative problem, that if you're not going to fully fund the Department of Education, then what are you doing? You're giving them these Band-Aid solutions based on the times that they come in and declare that there's an emergency, that they need this to be done or this won't happen. And so he's like, give us a figure, and I'm going to work with my Republican colleagues and Democrat colleagues to see how close to that figure we can come, so that in the next, fiscal budget, which they were going to start discussing as early as next year, around springtime, this all starts to happen. What it is that we can do for a successful DOE. In the meantime, Dr. Judy Wampat, who called in just after he got off the air, said she was still waiting for Core Tech to give her the estimated number the estimated cost that Core Tech needs to fix the Teads High School campus so that they can reopen later this week, or hopefully at the beginning of next week. And she said they'd been chasing down this number for several days, and she calls me every day to tell me an update on that. And Friday, they said after assurances from Core Tech that they would come up with the estimate, they never submitted it. So she had to make she said that she had to make the decision to go ahead and start the work and find out how much it's going to cost later. And that would be to get the schools fixed as quickly as possible, and then find out what that figure is, and they're just going to have to afford it. She said last week that maybe she'll go to Senator Vince Borja if that number is too large for DOE. And that's going to be a hard no, because they also have lapse funding of about $51 million. And she said whatever the cost of these repairs to Teads campus will be, that'll be eating into the money, that $51 million, which apparently has already been encumbered, that there is a priority list that this $51 million is going to go and fix. And in that case, some of these programs, and she said ADA was one of them, some of these programs will fall by the wayside. So, 51 million may not be enough to stretch out everything that needs to be done. So this might be the opportunity when she sees them on Wednesday. She'll probably have an estimate, I'm assuming, by that time. And if that stretches that 51 to the point where they have to drop some programs, that might be the place to let them know. Also talking to the former senator, former judge, former attorney general Elizabeth Barrett Anderson, fondly called EBA in my books, who was on the radio to talk about the victims' compensation fund. This is a criminal injuries, by the way, criminal injuries compensation fund. She is the head of the commission that doles out this money based on the claims that are being made by injuries, seeking some compensation to help them for whatever purposes are needed. Well, there's a bill by Senator Tello Taitigui, which Elizabeth Barrett Anderson says is a very good bill that would allow for the time to be extended from 180 days to a longer period where victims can file for these claims with the compensation fund, because during that period of time that is very short, they might have been suffering from some sort of problems related to their injuries or related to the crime, where they have had a difficult time getting in there and offering and applying for this. And so one of the issues that was brought up in Tello Taitigui when she was selling this idea to other senators is that there are situations that victims come into after these crimes that delays their ability to go and apply for compensation from their injuries suffered under this. And a lot of it comes down to trauma, that they have psychological issues that don't make it the number one priority in their time of healing and recovery. So that'll be a helpful one. And we also got into the conversation about insurance, and maybe there has to be some kind of program or policy. I don't know how much control they would have over insurance companies, but that some of these policies will cover some injuries related to a drunk driver hitting a pedestrian or hitting a car and causing major injuries. That is capped at a certain amount of money, depending on their insurance. But there is also the possibility that you can claim your own injuries through your own insurance policy. And generally, insurance companies will pay the third-party claims for accidents that are caused by a drunk driver, because the driver's coverage also will pay for the negligence of that particular crash, rather than in addition to a policy that the patient might have, or the victim in this case, where they could be covered, especially if a driver, the drunk driver, for example, is underinsured. And underinsurance is part of some policies. I'm not sure how much of it applies to Guam, but for underinsured drivers, your own policy is being paid for by the premium that you pay. The problem with claiming your own injuries on your own personal driver's insurance is that once you have made a claim and it's paid out, that affects your premium for the following year. Yeah, that's the downside of claiming automobile problems. I mean, making automobile claims, is that your policy goes up, the premium goes up the following year. And you're basically paying yourself for your own injuries that were incurred by somebody else who may not even have insurance to cover yours. And so they will find that maybe some of these claims, or third-party claims, are not paid. And the last resort would be going to this compensation for victims with injuries, and that's a whole nother can of worms that she says might be needed for the legislature to kind of investigate when it comes to third-party insurance. Nonetheless, it was a really good conversation. I'm glad the ladies from the Guam Women's Chamber was able to come in. The debate is on Saturday. It starts at 12 noon. It's at the Hyatt, and it will feature a conversation, I think, just with Alicia Limtiaco, because her competitor, Congressman Moylan, will not be in town at the time. So it'll basically be just a conversation, I suppose, with the questions being asked just of her. And then, of course, the gubernatorial teams will end out that debate again on Saturday, the 29th. Right now, it's 10 o'clock in the morning. I really couldn't have been happier. This was a long show, and I appreciate your help, Dice, and fielding all of the interviews that we had to do. That's going to do it for us on Mornings with Patti. Catch Pauly Suba this afternoon doing his thing from 2 to 6. Dice is on the other side of the building. She's taking you home with music and a whole lot of laughs happening at 2 until 6 at Power 98. Again, we're Mornings with Patti. I'm Patti.
I'm Dice.
10 o'clock, KGUM-FM and Dedido Guam. Have a good one, everybody. We will see you back here tomorrow. Thanks, Dice. Mwah.
Tuning into the truly unconventional today to discover how a piece of military technology became a legendary Hollywood sound effect. Welcome to the National Day Spotlight for August 24th.
Tuning your radio to celebrate International Strange Music Day introduces you to the theremin, the ghostly, hands-free instrument famous for scoring classic science fiction films. However, this haunting device wasn't actually engineered for art. In 1920, a young Soviet physicist named Lev Theremin accidentally stumbled upon the musical phenomenon while developing high-frequency proximity sensors for the Russian government. While researching gas density measurements, he noticed that moving his hands near the electromagnetic fields of his laboratory equipment dynamically altered the pitch of the radio frequencies. Recognizing the artistic potential, Theremin added a secondary volume hoop, transforming a classified piece of surveillance tech into the world's very first electronic musical instrument.
And if you've